Do do do, theme song. Do do do, I'm broke so this is my theme song. Do do do, just imagine this is an awesome theme song. Do do, theme song. Left of the box. Hello, welcome to Left of the Box. Bonjour, bienvenue. I'm Sandy. Please, as always, my dear people in Sandbox, let me know how the audio and visual and all that sort of stuff is. You're like my go-to producers for the show. I'm currently in an awkward position because I have a cat on my lap and he's licking my hand. Did you want to say hi to everyone, Abernathy? Do you want to say hi to everyone? Oops. No, he wants to fall out of my lap is what he wants to do. Okay. Welcome. So far in the Sandbox, we have Soul Life and Tormented Gothic Princess. Welcome and welcome to the people who are watching. I know I need to get more regular times for this so that people can kind of, get more into the habit of tuning into my live streams, but things just seem to come up. And then things come up in the news that I'm like, I need to cover that. And so then it kind of gets all over the place. But let's see, how are you guys doing? Still waiting to hear any acknowledgement from the Sandbox that this is actually on and volume and all that sort of stuff. Because I'm a little paranoid now because of what happened when I was doing my live stream with Mike from the Humanist Report. And I forgot to hit go live on the YouTube, but I hit live on my OBS. And so we weren't live to the audience and we went on for about 3 minutes before I caught that. Hermatoriologist, hi Sandy, vid and sound good. Thank you for the confirmation. Like I said, I don't want to be going on for a live stream for like 10 minutes and then realizing, oh, okay, no one was seeing that. Great, great. Because especially when you're just kind of speaking off the cuff, you can say brilliant things in the moment, but then completely forget what you said like 5 minutes afterwards. Okay, Ian J.A. Green also saying we good. So, how about, since you're the early birds, how about I give you guys a little bit of a treat while we're waiting for people to populate the Sandbox. I'm working on a new drawing and I'm doing something a little bit different with this, whereas I have like the camera actually looking onto the drawing while I'm drawing so that I can hopefully do like a fully compressed video of the entire process for people. Like I'm still taking the pictures as I go to get the short where you kind of see it fade into existence, but I know a lot of people like to see like the entire process. It will be a long video, even compressed, because you know, I'm only 5 hours into the drawing so far, and you'll see where I'm at with it. So it'd be like I need to find some good music for the background, so that would be like one of those unwind before you go to bed, relaxing videos or oddly satisfying videos to watch me just pencil draw this this drawing. So why don't I get that queued up for everyone? There's no sound to it yet because this is just like a clip, a little snippet of where I'm at with it. So it's not showing the beginning, the end, or anything of that sort. I still have a long way to go on the drawing. But this is about 5 hours of work already put into it. Let's do that. Let's do that. So there, that's me wearing my letter hack pajama shirt, as I call it. It was a casual light blue t-shirt, but then the letter hack logo is in blue print, so you can almost never see it. So, yeah. So that's the little smudge stick there that I've been using to help blend. And like I said, it's still a long, long way from it being done, but I wanted to try to do like a super hyper realistic drawing. And the best way to do a super hyper realistic drawing is to make it big. That way you can get all the little fine details in that you just simply can't do when you're doing like a smaller portrait. But yeah, I thought I'd give you all a little sneak peek as to where I am with the drawing. I'm having problems with my camera though, my other camera that I'm using to take the pictures as I go along. There's something wrong with the lens not focusing properly, so I have to manually focus it, which is really a pain in the butt because it's hard to tell through the little eye hole. Sometimes especially when there's not that much contrast at the beginning phases, as to whether or not it's in focus. So super frustrating. I have a couple things that I've Googled that I'm going to try to see if that helps with the lens. If not, there's going to be a lens on my Amazon wish list in the very near future, because I really, really do enjoy having my camera. Yeah, there, I will hold it up for you guys so you can see it there. So yeah, that's about 5 hours of work on it so far. And as you can see, it's a large drawing. It's an 11 by 14 or 14 by 11 at that landscape size. But yeah, just thought I'd give you guys that little sneak peek since you're here early. Although I'll probably show it again at the end as I'm trying to unwind. And now that I have a cat not on my lap, I can untangle my earphones. They always get so tangled up on my desk, and get that ready to go for when we're looking at some video, because there's been a lot of like really interesting news here in Canada that always seems to get overlooked because, you know, it's Canada. But I think it is worth covering. I think it has like bigger social connotations going on, and I think it's important social issues and just good for Canadians to know, good for people outside of Canada to know. This is really tangled. Sorry. Just to get a better idea of to what Canada is, you know? Because a lot of people live in this country and we pay more attention to the United States than we do to Canada. And so it's hard to actually, for a lot of people to know what's happening here or what's important. Oh. There we go. Got my headphones in now. Also, a little bit of news coming up on my show on Tuesday, this upcoming Tuesday at 9 p.m. Eastern. I have decided to join the crowd, and I'm having Letterhack and Henry. Is that? Sorry. Let me just double check that. Harvey K. Oh gosh, I'm so bad with names. Don't tell him I totally forgot what his name is. Harvey K. and the Letterhack will be on my show Tuesday at 9 p.m. Eastern to plug their comic strip that they've done. I mentioned it in my last live stream, but now that they've been on like all the other shows like Leftist Mafia and the Majority Report, you know, they're just saving the best for last. Hello, Monope. Welcome. Super dry in here. Oh. And hello, Afro. Phonix? Phonix. I don't know. Me and names. You know, Looney Tunes 9000 should be in there to send up that reminder saying that I am not going to pronounce people's names correctly. But again, I'm not really having regular live streams, so it's not like people can read my mind to know when I'm about to go live. I do try to like have it upcoming on YouTube feeds and stuff like that, but still, you know, people can't exactly plan their day around me a few hours ahead of time. Oh, we got a couple more people. Donna Marino and Crotchety. Hello. Crotchety, you're here for the Poilievre posting his losses. Oh my god, he posted an ad. Like, this was on the official CPC, like Canada, Conservative Party of Canada federal account. And this ad was so bad and it got so taken apart by everyone that they actually deleted it. But you know, the internet is forever. So we're going to have a lot of fun going over that. Oh, YouTube added the AI to the comment section of videos? Interesting, interesting. Oh, phonics. Am I saying that right? Phonics? Phonics. Yeah, yeah, I'm on top of that. Um, Also, some news about Doug Ford, of course. He said something just really in poor taste, and he's not apologetic about it at all whatsoever. Of course he's not. And some updates on some stories. So I'm just trying to think where would be a good place to kind of start all of this. Um, well, I can go for some just regular Canadian news. That's a short story that I have here that I'll go to if I need a filler. Yeah, right. But I wanted to get to uh yeah, I wanted to get to this and getting to know your politicians and stuff. Even though knowing the mayors of different cities, not necessarily a big deal. Like, yes, you should probably know who the mayor of your city is, and I know who the mayor of my city is, but I am so horrible with names. I can't think of it off the top of my head, but I know who she is. But I have no retention for names in my head whatsoever, unless it's constantly repeated over and over again. But since she isn't doing anything outlandish to land her in the news, I don't see her name all the time. But I would recognize it if I heard it type thing. So most people will hear usually about like the mayor of Toronto, because Toronto is Canada's largest city. Or there is Hazel, Mayor Hazel, Hurricane Hazel, or something like that, because she was the longest running mayor of the country in Mississauga, but that was a long time ago, so nobody really knows her anymore. Although Mississauga was in the news recently due to a lot of bad weather. First Toronto floods, then Mississauga floods. Mississauga is like right beside Toronto. It's still in the greater Toronto area. Uh, However, we probably should be a little bit more familiar with the mayor of the capital of Canada. And when I say the capital of Canada, I do mean Ottawa and not the American capital of Canada, which is Toronto. Because they always seem to say that. Uh, yeah. So, let's. I'm just sorry. I saw some comments in the sandbox. I'm like, do I need to address that before I get? Because I've been messing up on my live streams a lot lately, so I'm very. I rely on you guys to help me out because I don't have a producer or anyone behind the scenes helping me out if I get something wrong or if something's going wrong. Um, yes, everyone. Soul Life says help the channel reach more people just by clicking the like button. That does help. And Dark Element Games heard of the new federal party laughable name Future Party. Afrophonics saying LOL. It's okay, Sandy. So chances are, even with you spelling it out like that, I still get it right. Sorry. I'm sorry. And my dogs are goth. Welcome, welcome. Yes, Soul Life, you are the producers. Anyway, let's get on to Ottawa's mayor, Mark. I don't know how to say his last name. New share. Oh, right. I should make this bigger for you guys. You know, if you're ever wondering how I do this, it is very simple on your desktop. You hit the control key and you hit the plus and the minus key, and it makes it bigger or smaller automatically. It's a simple trick, but it works well when I'm doing things online so that people can get a good view and make it bigger for people to see the print. So it's not teeny tiny. Okay, so we have Mark Sutcliffe. He is the mayor of the nation's capital, Ottawa. And he tweeted this out. So there's some pride events happening up in Ottawa, but also there's a genocide happening over in Gaza. And sometimes one will try to support the other, and then others will not support that because they get offended for all the wrong reasons and blah, blah, blah. let's read his statement here, just to know who among our politicians are Zionists. So Mark says, Ottawa is a kind and welcoming city where everyone should feel included. I agree. That should be the case. I'm disappointed that despite conversations with the Jewish community, the board of Capital Pride has chosen to stand behind its original statement that caused significant hurt and distress for many members of the Jewish community. Not so much the Jewish community, more just the Zionist community, and we'll see why in just a moment. This decision by the board, days before the start of Pride, has unfortunately created an atmosphere where many now do not feel welcome to participate. Pride has always been and should continue to be a celebration of diversity and inclusion where no one feels excluded for who they are. I encourage the board of Capital Pride to take steps to ensure no one feels excluded this year. It's important to continue to support should be 2S, but typos happen, 2S LGBTQ plus community and defend the values of equity and inclusion that the Pride movement has always stood for. Equity and inclusion the Pride movement has always stood for. And still stand for, we'll get to that. I will be attending Pride activities in the days ahead, but unless there is a change in approach, I will not be participating in events organized by Capital Pride this year. Now, Pride events usually do tie into other inclusion and supporting of other groups and things of that sort, because, it's been a fight for many groups, and it's best when we support other groups that are also struggling just to get equal rights and to not be harassed and all that sort of stuff. But what was this horrible statement that Capital Pride sent out that's making the mayor of Ottawa, this straight man, not want to participate in some Pride events? I should make this bigger. Control ++++. So Capital Pride statement, solidarity with Palestine. There's the problem right there. They're being inclusive. They're supporting other repressed groups. They're supporting a group that is currently undergoing a genocide. Tis Capital Pride. I won't read the whole statement. It is fairly long, but there are a couple key points that I wanted to get to in this. As we head into our local Pride season in August, we wish to reaffirm our commitment to solidarity as the core principle guiding our work. While our mandate is focused on queer and trans communities in the region, the violence and instability we are witnessing around the globe have had a far-reaching impacts on many members of our local communities. These issues demand our collective attention. Over the past year, we have been witness to escalating levels of violence in Israel and Palestine. We are aware of how polarizing this conflict has been and how painful it is for members of our local communities to witness the ongoing death and devastation inflicted on innocent civilians. In this movement, 2S LGBTQIA+ organization across the country and around the world have been called upon to take action. So just talking about some commitments and stuff. Is this the paragraph that I wanted to read? I think this is, yes. So I think this is where the mayor of Ottawa is getting a little upset. Following Hamas's attack on Israel on October 7, 2023, the world watched in horror as the full extent of the atrocities committed against civilians were uncovered. We condemn in the strongest possible terms the act of terrorism committed that day. By the same token, so like here, I'm sure the mayor of Ottawa, totally, fully in agreement right there. That is totally what the mayor of Ottawa is thinking. You need to condemn that Hamas for what they did. But you see, the Capital Pride didn't stop there. They continued. By the same token, we cannot stay silent in the face of Israel's endless and brutal campaign in Gaza and mounting violence in the West Bank. So they mention Gaza and the West Bank because a lot of people will mention what's happening in Gaza, but also the violence in the West Bank has been starkly increasing. There's been a higher percentage of Palestinians being murdered, their property destroyed, attacks, like just a stark increase in that area as well. So what's happening to Palestinians in Gaza is also happening to a lot of Palestinians in the West Bank, where there is no Hamas. So let's back that statement up. We cannot stay silent in the face of Israel's endless and brutal campaign in Gaza and mounting violence in the West Bank, where innocent Palestinians, many of who have friends, family, and loved ones in our communities, are being slaughtered, dehumanized, and disposed of their dispossessed of their land in flagrant violation of international law. The situation is so dire that the International Court of Justice expressed grave concerns with the state of the war in Gaza, stating that there is a plausible risk of genocide. Part of the growing Islamophobic sentiment we are witnessing is fueled by pinkwashing of the war in Gaza and racist notions that all Palestinians are homophobic and transphobic. By portraying itself as a protector of the rights of queer and trans people in the Middle East, Israel seeks to draw attention away from its abhorrent human rights abuses against Palestinians. We refuse to be complicit in this violence, indeed, to withhold our solidarity from Palestinians in the name of upholding 2S LGBTQIA+ rights betrays the promise of liberation that guides our work. We join our voice to the calls for greater protections of civilians and reject any attempt to use a devastating conflict as a pretext to advance hate. That is a damn good statement. It's a bit longer, so I forgot I put a lot of links. Actually, I remembered to put a lot of links in the description box below. I forgot to put this one in, but please, by all means, look this up. Capital Pride statement in solidarity with Palestine. Read the whole thing. It's a really good statement. And because of this statement, this poo canoe here said, "How dare you say all of that, so much so I'm not going to your events." Yeah, me, straight man, not going to go to your events because you're standing in solidarity with a population that is currently undergoing a plausible genocide. It's a genocide. Yeah, how dare you? Yeah, so here we have Zionist Mayor of Ottawa, Mark Sutcliffe, I think is how you say his name. Yeah. So that is just what's happening here with the mayor of this nation's capital being a complete and utter Zionist poo canoe. Wanted to continue on with let's switch screens first. Reset. I've been following the story of what's been happening at the Olympics with a couple of the female boxers who many said were men when they are in fact cis women. And I did a whole long live stream on it. I talked with Mike from the Humanist Report about it a fair bit. I haven't gotten around to clipping those videos. I've been working on clipping videos today, yesterday. I'll be working on clipping more videos. So I will be clipping those videos. But there has been a few updates. Now, first of all, I want to put in a correction. In my live stream, I said that one of the boxers, her name is, again, probably Ling Yu Ting. I said that not that much attention was given to her because she didn't win, when in fact she did win. So she was one of the two, again, cis women who were targeted by the right wing saying that they were men or trans women, which they are not. And there was a very big uproar about that. And we go here. make this bigger. So Taiwan cheers boxer who won Olympic gold after gender row. So this is Lin here, one of the two cis women who were targeted in these hate campaigns. I'm not entirely sure why she wasn't as targeted as Iman Khalif. Because I thought it was because she hadn't won, but she had in fact won in her weight category, gold. So let's all say it together. Hell yeah! When the referee raised Lin Yuting's hand at the Paris 2024 women's 57-kilogram final, history was made. She had won Taiwan's first ever Olympic gold medal in boxing. Calling Lin a daughter of Taiwan, Taiwan's president Lei was among millions of people celebrating her victory, saying she had made Taiwan proud. With admirable focus and discipline, she has overcome misinformation and cyberbullying, turning adversity into victory, he wrote on X, formerly Twitter. Until several weeks ago, the 28-year-old's name had been little known to people outside of Taiwan, but the Games have thrust Lin into the spotlight after she, an Algerian boxer, Iman Khalif, became the center of gender eligibility row that engulfed the 2024 Olympics. And again, lots of coverage on what was happening there. So just, really good. She won gold in her weight category. Now, the videos that I made about Iman Khalif were done before she also... did I put these in the wrong order? Well, I think I mentioned in the last one. She also won gold. Iman Khalif also won gold, which is just fantastic in her weight category again. And a lot of people, think again, online stuff, it's isolated, it's not the real world and all that sort of stuff. But it is. This had real world impact on Iman. Like, this affected her greatly to suddenly be put under this harassment. Like, she's competed in the Olympics before. She's competed at many, many events before without ever any issue. And then suddenly, so many people just start calling her a man out of nowhere because, an Italian boxer got hit in the face during boxing. And just absolutely disgusting treatment. And in this video, it's in subtitles here because she's not speaking English. So I will mute this. That is muted. And try to read these subtitles as we go along and make sure that it stays muted as I do this. There we go. So this is an interview that she's going, just again saying this actually had an impact on her. So let's see. But immediately after, there was a big uproar from the big politicians around the world, big athletes around the world, and even artists and stars. The former president of the United States, the richest man in the world, Elon Musk, they talked about you, says the interviewer here. They talked about you, Elon Musk, Trump, and this thing that affected me. I'm not lying to you. It affected me. That's Iman saying that. It affected me a lot. It hurt me a lot. I can't describe to you the amount of fear I had. I was afraid that I would say, why did Iman Khalif insist on this? Why was there an uproar from big politicians around the world? I was afraid, but thank God I was able to overcome this stage. Thanks to the specialist who helped me overcome this stage. And what can I say about this stage? It wasn't enough. It was a very difficult stage. I couldn't wait for it. The scenario was very scary. So her coach and other people around her were supporting her, helping her through this, keeping her away from social media, apparently, so that it wasn't affecting her too much, but it was still affecting her to be the target of so much vitriol and hatred, just again, randomly, almost just out of the blue. She just became a convenient target for right-wingers to spread a narrative that doesn't exist, so they have to go after made-up targets. And she says, thank God, thank all people of Algeria and the Arab world knew Iman Khalif with her femininity, her courage, her will. For example, you talked about the former president of the United States who is in the middle of an election campaign right now. That's the interviewer there. And he started to use this term and this topic as well as Elon Musk. Honestly, I don't like to get into politics in sports, but they got into politics in sports. Sports and politics are two separate things. These politicians who are opposed to me, they don't have the right to say that I'm a transgender. This is a big shame for my family, for the honor of my family, for the honor of Algeria, for the women of Algeria, and especially for the Arab world. I want to apologize to him. Of course, I will apologize to him. I'm not entirely sure the context of this. Of course, it's not a word-for-word translation. There's some things that are going to be lost in the translation, but the important takeaway is that it did affect her. It affected her quite a big deal to suddenly become this target of hate. But she is now going after these people. J.K. Rowling and Elon Musk have both been named in a criminal complaint filed to French authorities over alleged acts of aggravated cyber harassment against Algerian boxer and newly crowned Olympic champion Iman Khalif. J.K. Rowling became really quiet on Twitter after this, just super quiet. And there's also an added layer of trouble for one of these people. From Alejandro Caraballo, she says, it appears Chaya Raichik, who was one of the people targeting Iman, may have made her tweets attacking Iman Khalif while in Portugal, a country with strong hate speech laws and part of the EU. She might want to consult a lawyer. And here we have from CTV News, just giving a little bit of a synopsis of this story. French prosecutors opened an investigation into an online harassment complaint made by Olympic boxing champion Iman Khalif after a torrent of criticism and false claims. Okay, we know that. Let's get down to what some of the potential consequences are. Where was it? So down here, among those who referred to Khalif as a man in critical online posts were Donald Trump, J.K. Rowling, tech billionaire Elon Musk reposted a comment calling Khalif a man. Now, the way that they filed this in France, they left it open so that it's not, they can target whoever is necessary. Like there's some people who are individually named, but that list isn't the final list necessarily. More people can be added to it as needed. Khalif's legal complaint was filed against social media platforms, including X, instead of specific perpetrator, a common formulation under French law that leaves it up to investigators to determine which person or organization may have been at fault. The Paris prosecutor's office didn't name specific suspects, but we've seen who a lot of those suspects would be all over Twitter. The development came after Khalif returned to Algeria, where she met the president, name I cannot pronounce, on Wednesday, and will be welcomed by family later in the week in her hometown. Let's see where. Oh, here we go. So the investigation is one of several underway by France's hate crime unit and that are connected to the Olympics. It is also investigating alleged death threats and cyberbullying against Christy Burrows, an official in charge of the IOC's unit for safeguarding and mental health, after she defended Poilievre during a news conference in Paris. Under French law, the crimes, if proven, carry prison sentences that range from 2 to 5 years and fines ranging from 30,000 to 45,000 euros. The unit is also examining complaints over death threats, harassment, or other abuse targeting 6 people involved in the game's opening ceremony, including its director, Thomas Joly. Potential jail time for J.K. Rowling and Elon Musk. They'll never see prison for this. They won't. But it's nice. It's a nice thought. But they could have consequences in the way of fines, which they can both easily afford. And I think it just kind of, not that they had a stellar reputation to begin with, but it does hold them to account to some extent. Yes, they have lots of money, but this proves even to their fans, like J.K. Rowling's and Elon Musk fans, that they were out of line here. Because a lot of people who are the gender criticals would look at Iman and Lynn and say, no, they are definitely a woman. Like if they were to ever say they were trans men, suddenly, oh no, they're definitely a woman because the ovaries and the uterus and the assigned female of birth thing. So this at least can shine a spotlight on some of these right-wing bigots, and hopefully, we see a little bit of accountability. Now, let's check in with the Sandbox. Oh, looks like I had a troll show up. Actually, do trolls show up in sandboxes? We're going to need a name for trolls in sandboxes. If you guys can think of a good name, that would be like, like they're sand lice, but that doesn't quite have the right ring to it. Something that would show up, like I prefer, keeping the sandbox clean of turds, which I appreciate all my moderators for, but we need like a snazzy term for people who come into the sandbox specifically to troll. Let's see. Afronix saying it's been over a month since I last smoked and have only drank once in the last month, although I just take a week edible because I need to sleep in a few hours so I can get up at 3 a.m. Ooh, sorry about the 3 a.m., but great work on the cutting back on the substances. I'm assuming that was by choice. So great work with that. Let's see. Crotchety, holy crap, capital pride is base. Yeah, that was a really good statement from them. Grand Theft Autobot, just tired of the criticizing a genocide as anti-Semitism crap. Yeah. I was going to cover another story kind of related to that from a QP leader here in Ontario who reposted something, but that got into some of the more gray territory because what he reposted, I understand what he was doing, but that specifically could come across as anti-Semitic because when you just target Jewish people as responsible for what's happening in Gaza, that's not right. Okay, it's not Jewish people, it's the government of Israel. It's quite often the Zionists who are responsible for the hatred and the genocide that's happening over there. And, anti-Semitism is on the rise, unfortunately. And so we have to be careful while attempting to criticize the government of Israel and Zionists that people don't also encompass just Jewish people, because that's not the same thing. They shouldn't be included in that. I caught a bit of a glimpse of one of David's messages before it got deleted. Something about like, then why don't I just leave the country? I shouldn't have to. And Grand Theft Ottawa, because we're not allowed to criticize the country we lie in at all. They can do no harm at all. Obey Big Brother. Ask no questions. Yeah, live. Okay, not live, live. Yeah, criticize your own country. No country is perfect. And my goal is to bring attention to what's wrong in this country, to shine a light on it, to improve the quality of life for everyone living within the borders here. Oh, apparently David FL is just a weirdo. Well, thank you, mods. Soul Life, I think. Soul Life, are you the only mod in here right now? Well, thank you for stepping up and kicking them out. Oh, or just they're still in? Okay. For censoring them, let's put it that way. Yes, you can censor people in the sandbox. So David FL says, I have more right to the box beliefs, not here to cause trouble. Okay, if you're not here to cause trouble, welcome. And I appreciate you checking out the other side, to hear the other side's perspective. It's important to know what the other sides are saying, to actually, especially to go into it with an open mind and see if there's anything that, maybe makes a little bit of sense, maybe not. But when it comes to a lot of the big issues, the right and left often do agree. It's just how we deal with those issues tend to be where a lot of the disagreement comes from. But, it's good that you're checking out other channels, for sure. Other left-leaning channels. I watch a lot of right-wing content for my show. And usually the right-wing content I watch for my show is on the more extreme end, unfortunately. But there's, as long as you're not harassing anyone, have differing opinions. That's quite all right. Just no slurs, no harassing, that sort of thing. And it's all good. Oh, hello, MIDI doctors. Grand Theft Autobot, weird how they keep saying that we should keep politics out of everything, but they're the ones who inject politics into this, I think is what you meant instead of his. Yeah, or just the story of Iman Khalif and how it's the Olympics and everyone injecting politics and stuff. And the thing is that you can't escape it. And a lot of people want to ignore politics, but it has such a huge impact on everyone's life because it's the government that you live under, all levels of government and how they run policy and everything. And social issues are affected by it. Like me existing as a non-binary queer person, it shouldn't be political, but it is. Because there's some people that say I don't have the right to exist the way that I am. And so suddenly it becomes a political issue, but it's not. It's the right that's making it a political issue. Simply existing, living on this world is not politics, but because I have to speak up and say things and stand up, by defending my right to exist, I'm engaging in politics, which is just really sad. I hope you guys aren't hearing my tummy. It's making some weird gurgling noises. Soul Life, she's worth billions, can afford the lawsuit. She should stand up for what she believes in and keep posting all the way to court. Yeah, it's funny how J.K. Rowling suddenly became really quiet with those because she's always so quick. Like, this is why it's kind of ironic and funny to me. She's always so quick to make other people uh, have to retract their statements and stuff because where she lives in Britain, they have some very interesting laws, I guess, online about oh, what's the word when you say things that aren't pleasant, even if they're true about somebody else. Uh, and since she has the money, she can throw her weight around and threaten all these people who might say truthful but unpleasant things about her. And so she'll threaten them with lawsuits and things of that sort. And she has that power, but she doesn't have that power over a enclave, different countries and stuff. And this is now France. Like, it's the government who is potentially going after J.K. Rowling for this. So, yeah. Let's see. So, for those of you who are joining into the sandbox now, oh, hello, Looney Tunes. Uh, Shemagli, still want to call you Shemagli. Shemagli, welcome, welcome. You missed it at the beginning. On Tuesday at 9 p.m. Eastern, I will be having the Letter Hack and Harvey K on my show to talk about their comic that they made. They're on the press junket, I guess you could say, and they're just saving the best for last, providing there's no one after me that they go and talk about this. I also have a little art project that I'm going to give you guys a sneak peek of later on. The people who were here at the beginning already saw it, but you'll get to see it again. But it's really cool, so why wouldn't you want to? Let's see, let's see. Whoops, it jumped. Crotchety, yeah, it's also that one should check if the other side is actually saying the things are on side claims that they are. The right wing pundit often lie about what progressive lefts are saying. Yeah, they have to lie about what we're saying on the left because if they were truthful, far more right wingers might be looking at that like that actually sounds pretty good. I think Trump had a messed up when he was saying like, "Oh no, under Kamala Harris, you're going to have health care." Like, people would be like, "Wait, that's a good thing, isn't it?" Genie bottle politics affect everyone. It does. It does. Oh, well, I don't think David is around anymore. David, whatever his name was. Oh well. Live and let live peacefully. Like, that's the thing. You can't just stop people from having bad thoughts about other groups of people and stuff. But if they keep it to themselves and they don't act on it, it is what it is. Ideally, yes, I would love them to be educated enough that they don't have those thoughts to begin with, because a lot of those racist thoughts, negative thoughts, it's coming from a place of self-hatred. It's coming from a place of their own negativity within, because a healthy, well-balanced person doesn't hate another group of people for simply existing. There are individuals, I suppose I could say I hate, and there are behaviors I hate, and there's groups that I hate. But, it's the whole be critical of systems, be kind to people type thing. And I understand there's a lot of people on the right who are there because of their own baggage, their own trauma, their own issues, the way that they were raised. And I hope that they get to the point where they're educated enough that they're no longer, sucked down by that, because it does keep you under. It does keep you from appreciating yourself, exploring more, appreciating the world around you, meeting new people, and all that sort of stuff. Let's see. Shemagli, Harvey K. and the Letter Hack made a comic. Is FDR a superhero in it? Kinda. Yeah. I was going to save it till the end as a preview, but I can just pop it on screen quickly right now. So this one, there we go. So this is a new economic bill of rights for the 21st century. And it's this comic right here that they made. And this is on the Common Dreams website. And so there's no hard copies of this yet, even though every show that they've been on has been asking for it. So I'm going to try asking for it in a different way. Seeing if I can get an arm sleeve or something of this comic. Arm sleeve tattoo. There's your hard copy. So yeah, we'll be going over that in more detail when they come on my show. Also, if you go back to the end of my last live stream, I covered it in a lot more detail and went over it, just kind of promoting it and stuff, so you can always catch it there too. Anyway, I've been rambling. And let's see, what should we get into? We have some Doug Ford stuff, some good, some bad, some really bad actually. And then, well, the Pierre Poilievre ad, that's a lot fun. So we'll save that as like to unwind when we need to kind of relax and have some good laughs. So let me just see if that's all that's on this page. Okay, so I'll cover a couple more of the heavier stories before we cover some of the fun stories. You know, save the dessert for last type thing. I don't know. Dessert? The best Canadian dessert. I'm trying to think what the best Canadian dessert would be. Because that's what I could then call it. I know there's beaver tails. I haven't had too many of those, so I can't say that's the best Canadian dessert. And they're not accessible. You know, you only get them at the zoo or fairs and things of that sort. But I wonder, like, what is the most quintessential Canadian dessert can people think of? And you're probably going to say it and I'll be like, oh my God, that is so it. And no, it's not just maple syrup straight from the jug. That's not the dessert. Okay, so with that, let's segue into a heavier story. How about? So, UN, which is the United Nations, and this is from CBC News, report on Canada's temporary foreign workers details the many ways they've been abused. Immigration Minister says abuse needs to end, but calls comparisons to slavery inflammatory. Is it? No? Is it? Wage theft, excessive work hours, limited breaks, and physical abuse. But don't call it slavery, whatever you do, says the immigration minister. So wage theft, excessive work hours, limited breaks, and physical abuse. Those are just some of the ways Canada's temporary foreign workers are being mistreated according to a final report from the United Nations Special Rapporteur on contemporary forms of slavery. The foreign minister says, don't you dare compare it to slavery. Contemporary forms of slavery. And we will click on this final report in just a moment after we skim over this article. I did remember to link the final report in the description box below. It's long, so we're not going to go over the whole thing, but it's there for people to see. So, reiterating his previous comments after his visit to Canada last year, Special Rapporteur Tomoe Yay. I'm so bad with names. Called the Temporary Foreign Workers Program a breeding ground for contemporary forms of slavery. So here's the specialist from the United Nations, the rapporteur from the United Nations, saying temporary foreign worker programs are breeding ground for contemporary forms of slavery. But again, immigration minister says, that's harsh language. Of course they would say that. In the final report, the rapporteur, professor of international human rights law at the University of York in the UK, says he received reports of workers being underpaid and going without protective equipment, and employers confiscating documents, arbitrarily cutting working hours, and preventing workers from seeking health care. Women reported sexual harassment, exploitation, and abuse, the report says. In addition, police have reportedly failed to take complaints seriously, claim that they do not have jurisdiction. Oh, this country is all about the jurisdiction. And report workers to immigration authorities rather than investigating their complaints. The government defers a significant portion of responsibility for informing temporary foreign workers on their right to employees, despite the obvious conflict of interest, says the rapporteur. Speaking to reporters on Wednesday, Immigration Minister Mark Miller says he objected to the use of the phrase contemporary slavery. It's not just like, Israel has a right to defend itself. They don't want to call what's happening over there genocide. Well, they don't even want to call what's happened in this country genocides either. So does it surprise me that they don't want to be, they object to the term contemporary slavery, even though if you look at it point by point, it's like, yeah, it is. It is. So, but this country, as we're going to get to in just a moment, has issues acknowledging slavery. So issues acknowledging the genocides that happened here, issues acknowledging the slavery that has happened and is happening here. Yeah, and I should also underscore the genocides that have happened and are happening here. So he objects to the use of contemporary slavery in reference to temporary foreign worker program. He still acknowledged the abuse outlined in the report and said they need to stop. Any person in Canada, regardless of who they employ, need to treat people with dignity and respect, according to the law, Miller said. That isn't happening in some sectors that employ temporary foreign workers, and that needs to end. Also, temporary workers become the target for a lot of hatred and vitriol and scapegoating from the conservatives in particular. And we'll get into a little bit more. Again, there's so many stories are interconnected. But they become the scapegoats for like the cost of housing, the cost of groceries, why the sunsets aren't as beautiful anymore. Like they just become the scapegoat for everything that the right wants to blame on someone, when they're the ones that are being victimized. Miller says changes to the program are coming, but the government is being careful not to further inflate food prices. See what I mean? The agricultural sector accounts for most temporary foreign work permits. Yeah, this country can afford it. It can afford to pay temporary foreign workers a decent wage. In fact, you can afford to pay people who live in this country a decent wage. The reason why they rely on foreign workers is so that they can purposely underpay them and not pay them what they're worth. And it's not even to keep food prices down anymore, because food prices are skyrocketing out of greed. You see, it's not the workers being paid poorly that's the problem. It's the greed. It's the capitalism. That's the problem with the high cost of food. Underpaying the temporary foreign workers, all that does is give more money to the CEOs of these food companies. Galen Weston. We want to make sure we implement our reforms. We aren't affecting food prices because that's something Canadians don't want to see, he said. Then go after the Westons. Go after Galen Weston and the greed of the corporations, of the grocery stores. Don't put this on the treatment of temporary foreign workers. Don't make this an issue about them. The issue is about the greed in corporations. He said, at the same time, they don't want to see people being treated improperly in Canada. In some cases, that's occurring and it needs to end. You see, they're very reluctant to do that because, like, oh no, if we start treating them better, we'll have to pay them more, which means less profits to the corporations. And we can't have that. The number of temporary foreign workers approved to come work in Canada has more than doubled since 2018. Last year, employees were cleared to hire over 200,000 temporary foreign workers. But let's scooch back up here to the report. We'll click on that. And it's teeny tiny print. Can I make this bigger, or will it let me get this bigger? There we go. So for a lot of this, generally speaking, you just scooch down to the end where it says, conclusions and stuff. But the opening paragraphs are also, the introduction is also worth kind of going over, but it is 22 pages, so we're not going to go over everything. Introduction of the report of Special Rapporteur on contemporary forms of slavery, including its causes and consequences, on his visit to Canada. Again, I have this linked in the description box below, so please feel free to read it. The Special Rapporteur on Contemporary Forms of Slavery, including its causes and consequences, Tomoya, visited Canada from the 23rd of August to the 6th of September. He visited Ottawa, Moncton, Montreal, Toronto, and Vancouver. The purpose of his visit was to assess the efforts of the Government of Canada to prevent and address contemporary forms of slavery in order to identify good practices and ongoing challenges. The present report contains constructive recommendations to address the challenges observed during the visit. So met with people, present the report and all that sort of stuff. So let's scooch down to the conclusions. Is this where? I should have looked in the index where that was. I'm prepared for this. Oh, it doesn't have an index. Okay, never mind. That looks like conclusion font. Conclusion and recommendations. There we go. The Special Rapporteur acknowledges the ongoing efforts of Canada to prevent and address contemporary forms of slavery within its territory and abroad, and its willingness to critically re-examine the underlying drivers, including its colonial legacy and the adverse effects of the activities of the Canadian private sector on human rights and its treatment of marginalized groups. Nonetheless, Canada risks failing to live up to its reputation as a global champion of human rights if it does not act more decisively to reform laws and policies that enable the exploitation of vulnerable workers and fail to provide adequate remedy and rehabilitation to victims of exploitation and abuse. Canada must move from acknowledging the human rights challenges its past and current policies have created and towards meaningful remedial actions, including promoting human rights due diligence by Canadian companies, reforming migration programs that are conducive to exploitation, and addressing its colonial legacy and its enduring impacts on Indigenous peoples, including structural barriers that continue to marginalize persons with disabilities and racialized groups. Approaches to prevent and address contemporary forms of slavery must follow a survivor-centered, human rights-based approach that does not infringe upon the rights of other groups, including sex workers. Support services must be provided on an equitable and predictable basis with institutionalized funding and without discrimination. Canada must also tackle root causes of contemporary forms of slavery, including poverty, inequality, and discrimination amplified by the legacy of colonialism and racism, and the housing crisis, in particular, the critical shortage of social and transitional housing. With due respect for the Canadian constitutional framework, the Special Rapporteur believes the current arrangements for responsibility sharing between the federal government and provincial and territorial governments systematically create situations of, there we have it, interjurisdictional neglect. That is the thing about this country. Jurisdiction. They always want to say we can't fix it because it's not in our jurisdiction, says the provincial government or says the federal government, or they'll say that's the responsibility of the other, or we. It is such a gray zone of who's responsible for what. Like there's some clear cut, foreign policy is federal. But a lot of the things that, would be provincial, like healthcare, is influenced by federal. It's not like federal is completely separate from what happens in the healthcare system. And so what they love to do whenever there's an issue is saying we can't do anything because of jurisdiction, and then nothing ever gets solved. Whereas you need both the federal and provincial governments working together to solve these problems, which is a rarity, especially if one level of government is federal, liberal, and the other is conservative. Then they purposely don't want to work together because they don't want the other side to get a win, which is sad because when that happens, it's the people of Canada who lose. And we have been losing a lot. And we'll get into that more with Doug Ford in particular. So creates situations of interjurisdictional neglect and increased vulnerability to contemporary forms of slavery for certain groups, and stymie effects to protect and assess victims with particular impacts on Indigenous peoples, migrants, persons experiencing homelessness, and persons with disabilities. The current approach to federalism appears to prevent Canada from effectively fulfilling its human rights treaty obligations. As made clear in the Vienna Convention on the Law of Treaties, a state cannot invoke the provisions of internal laws as justification for failure to perform a treaty. And again, this is a fairly long conclusion as well, but just wanted to put it out there. This is available for people to read. Like I said, I've linked it in the description box. It's important for people to go over because quite often a lot of the colonial institutes in this country, they don't go away. They just change how they look over time. Because one thing this country hasn't come to acknowledge or come to really get out there is the fact that there was slavery in this country. And that slavery, instead of just going away, changed what it looked like. Same with, if you look at residential schools. Residential schools may have been shut down, but you have the foster care system. You have day schools that kind of took over some of the role of what residential schools was doing. And not too long ago, I was on the Power Report with Dan from the internet, and it was their Juneteenth special that this white Canadian just happened to go on. And I remember saying to them, it's like, for all I know, we could have our own version of Juneteenth, but it's so underreported that I don't even know about it or hear about it. So, turns out we do have a version of that. Emancipation Day is August 1st. Now, one might be saying, well, then why don't we know about it? Part of it is because it's only been on the books since 2021. It's only been on there since 2021. On March 24th, 2021, the House of Commons voted unanimously to officially designate August 1st Emancipation Day. It marks the actual day in 1834 that the Slavery Abolition Act of 1833 came into effect across the British Empire. So this happened before the BNA, the British North American Act, was signed, which made Canada kind of the country it is today. So that has given an excuse to a lot of the educational institutes to say, well, slavery didn't happen in Canada, or just ignore it because it officially ended before Canada signed the BNA, the British North American Act, and became more of what the country is we know today. But also, I get the feeling that a lot of the history of this country has just kind of been brushed under the rug, ignored, and things of that sort. And so politicians, education, cultural things simply never brought attention to this. And so even though it's been on the books since 2021, I caught one tweet about it not too long ago this year, which is the only reason why I knew to look for this, to look for it. It's not, you wouldn't necessarily know about it unless you look for it. And again, it's only been on the books for a few years, but it's not as big as what Juneteenth is, because then that would have to wake Canadians up to the fact that slavery happened here. And a lot of Canadians simply don't know that it happened because they were never taught that it happened. However, they were never taught it didn't happen. It just was never acknowledged. So Canadians are not always aware that Black and Indigenous peoples were once enslaved on the land that is now Canada, like I just said, because, again, a lot of our history simply was not taught. Those who fought enslavement were pivotal in shaping our society to be as diverse as it is today. Therefore, each August 1st, Canadians are invited to reflect, educate, and engage on the ongoing fight against both anti-Black and anti-Indigenous racism and discrimination. Emancipation Day celebrates strength and perseverance of Black communities in Canada. Slavery in Canada. The transatlantic slave trade caused the deaths of millions of African people and their descendants. Many lost their lives as resistant fighters during long treks up to slave ships, or from mistreatment and malnourishment during the journey across the Atlantic. It is estimated that over 2 million African people died during that journey. In the end, most of the 12.5 million African captives were transported to Latin America, the Caribbean, while 6% were brought to North America. Once landed in North America, enslaved Africans and their descendants were forced to work in fields, do manual labor, and do domestic work in homes. They were forced to change their names, abandon their faiths, reject their culture, and stop speaking their native tongues. The enslaved Africans were exposed to the most brutal forms of torture and abuse, all enforced by law. In his book, Canada's Forgotten Slaves, 200 Years of Bondage, the Quebec historian Marcel Trudel estimated that there were approximately 4,200 enslaved people in the area of Canada known as Nouvelle France, and later in Upper and Lower Canada between 1671 and 1831. Initially, approximately 2/3 of these enslaved people were Indigenous and 1/3 were African descent. After British colonial settlers established Upper Canada, the number of enslaved Africans and their descendants increased significantly. It is estimated that 3,000 enslaved men, women, and children of African descent were brought into British North America and eventually outnumbered the enslaved Indigenous peoples. Many enslaved Black people also resisted slavery by fleeing Upper Canada to a territory known as Northwest Territories, which include Michigan and Ohio, as well as Vermont and New York, which had banned slavery in the 18th century. So I have this linked below so that people can read more into this, because this is a part of our heritage here in Canada. But I also have this here. It's a BC Black History Awareness Society. And they also have some information on this, which I found very helpful in educating me. So I'll just touch a little bit on this. But again, it's linked below so that everyone can go and read and learn for yourself, what this country actually is, where it actually came from. Let's see, make the print nice and big for people. August 1st, 1834 is important in Canadian history because the Slave Abolition Act affected the lives of those enslaved and the lives of their descendants. March 24th, 2021, Canada's House of Commons voted unanimously to officially designate October 1st Emancipation Day. It marked the actual day in 1834 that Slave Abolition Act of 1833 came into effect. Let's see. And here are just some ads that were in papers for people who were enslaved. So by 1790, an estimated 3,000 enslaved men, women, and children of African descent had been brought to British North America. And touched on that in the previous one. Let's see, there was something else in here that I wanted to get to. Emancipation does not mean equity, and equality. This day is not just about honoring the past, it continues to have an effect on the rest of the lives of African Canadians today. This day is about learning Canada's collective history, not rewriting that history, but telling a more complete history that includes the history of slavery. Even after emancipation, African heritage and history continue to be erased by methods of segregation, murder, and systemic marginalization. Canadian history is taught in schools from a Eurocentric perspective that omits or minimizes the human rights violations against African Canadians. Recognizing the act to abolish slavery is a step forward in recognizing African Canadian history as a part of Canada's story and teaches the next generation about the shameful and forgotten parts of the past that must not be repeated. Slavery and segregation created circumstances of marginalization, a cycle of unequal access, lost opportunities, and systemic poverty. Even after slavery was abolished in Canada, African Canadians continued to be devalued and left to survive with subpar healthcare, education, and lack of employment opportunities. Communities were legally segregated, creating significant barriers to employment opportunities. Barriers to success. Even though segregation is no longer legal, African Canadians continue to experience systemic anti-Black racism through social exile, through significant economic disparities, and through active discrimination. This history gives context to the current circumstance of poverty and violence. Where this context is not provided, poverty and violence are dismissed as individual issues rather than being accurately understood as systemic issues. A big part of recognition of this day is talking about the many segments of Canadians' past that often do not make it into mainstream history class curricula. So again, really helpful article to read, which I have linked in the description box below. Okay, so that's what I wanted to touch on with that story of just, the maple washing of Canada. Most people don't know that was a thing here. And again, it's not so much that we were taught it didn't happen, we were just never taught it did happen. Instead, what we were taught about were things like the Underground Railroad, people escaping slavery in the United States by coming up to Canada where they were free and all this sort of stuff, but not really. There were still issues. But it's important to know that it did happen here, and we can't simply just dismiss it because, well, Canada wasn't really a country then. Well, then we can't claim the Underground Railroad either, because a lot of that happened before Canada was officially the country we know as today. So it's important that we know this. Indigenous peoples were also enslaved. It's important that we know that as well, and that we acknowledge and understand how that affects the policies today, how it affects the cultures today. This isn't what Canada is everything that's led up to this moment. It's not just what's happening now, it's everything that led up to now. And, this country is defined by the actions of how it was made. But it doesn't have to stay that way. We can redefine Canada by making it the country that they like to teach people it is. That maple-washed version of the country. And that's part of what I try to fight for on this channel, is to get rid of the maple wash, to acknowledge the wrongs that this country is doing in hopes that the day can come that it actually resembles the country I thought it was when I was a child. Anyway, let's check the Sandbox. And then, let's see. When I get to this story, it's not... Actually, I do want to get to that story. It's super quick, so we'll get to that one. And then let's see how many stories I wanted to get to with Doug Ford. Okay, we should be able to zip through those as well. Again, some heavier stories, and then we'll get into the fun story about the Conservative Party of Canada just totally doing the worst ad possible. But first, the Sandbox. And I'm still looking for names of trolls in the Sandbox. What would be a catchy name to call trolls that show up in the Sandbox? Lightning Rod, no, we have not covered Mr. Poilievre yet. We will, and it is hilarious. It is so, it's just, wow. So bad. So bad. Uh, Grand Theft Autobot says, oh yeah, and the enamel bars. Ew. I like the chocolate and I like the icing, but the cake part and the enamel bars are disgusting. Grand Theft Autobot, yep, beaver tails. It's basically, it's like a pastry, flatbread, a flaky pastry. Think of like strudel pastry, but a little bit thicker. And then you just drizzle every sweet substance known to creature on there. Roger Babin, I don't think I've seen you in the Sandbox before, so welcome. And they say, good on the UN. It's clear Canada wasn't going to be proactive in terms of correcting this. Yeah. No, it's I always find it interesting how, like, especially Canada, the United States loves to cherry pick reports from the United Nations or like Amnesty International. It's like they always point to them like, oh, look at this report from the United Nations about this horrendous thing that's happening. But as soon as they're the ones that are featured, suddenly it's like, oh, but they're wrong now. Suddenly, like, no, now we have questions about how they did this. Like I do volunteer work with the local branch of Amnesty International here. And the fact that they have like the International Day of Human Rights and stuff of that sort, the Rights for Right campaign, which happens every year, and that sometimes globally, one of the rights that is being focused on is a violation of rights happening here in Canada. Like when you look at Amnesty International and how Canada is very heavily featured in a lot of areas, not just what Canada does in its own borders, but what Canada does around the world. Like I've mentioned it before, and people think that it's so random for me to know this, but it's not. It's because I do the volunteer work that I learned that the majority of mining companies around the world are Canadian owned. And so the horrendous stories of like the environment being destroyed, entire villages and tribes being dislocated, the horrendous, murder and assaults and all that goes with the people who are on the land that these mining corporations want. That's Canada doing that. Canadian companies. Although a lot of these Canadian companies aren't necessarily Canadian, but they make themselves Canadian by, finagling of where they have a head office or a mailing address and stuff of that sort, so that they fall under the umbrella of the protection that the Canadian government gives them and the credibility and all that sort of stuff, while committing just the worst crimes ever. But yeah, the majority of mining corporations around the world are Canadian owned. Let's see. Lightning Rod saying importing temporary workers only made sense to me when it came to fruit picking. Yeah, like I'm not necessarily against temporary workers, foreign temporary workers, especially if it's a way that, people from outside this country can help their own family and communities back home. Um, like that type of thing I would support, but it's the fact that they're brought over here simply so that they can be abused, so that these corporations don't have to pay living wages to Canadians, because there's a lot of Canadians that could also use these jobs, but they refuse to work it because they're protected properly under the rights of this government. Whereas foreign workers, as the report was pointing out, they don't get that because, they can simply be sent back home. They don't know their rights a lot of the times, so they don't know that what's happening to them is illegal. And they get away with all these abuses and horrible treatment. But it's capitalism. It's capitalism. The federal government is a capitalist corporation, and they will support other capitalist corporations. Soul Life, LOL. I'll never forget the confusion on the migrant workers' face at my old job when they learned I was homeless. They were like, what? Crotchety CBC is really good most of the time. Um, I support the CBC. I support it being government funded, but there's a lot of criticisms about it. And I've done some deep, deep dives into that. But it is important that we have it and that it's properly funded. I know Pierre Poilievre would love to defund it and stuff of that sort, but it's important that we have it. Uh, Roger Babin, I don't follow too much Canadian news. What genocide is Canada currently taking part in? And so Life is mentioning like what's happening in Gaza, and we are playing a part in that, the same way the United States is playing a part in it. But what's happening to Indigenous peoples is ongoing. The treatment and stuff that if you look at it and you break it down, like these are the conditions of what a genocide is, and you look at what's happening to Indigenous people still today, it qualifies, but it never gets acknowledged as that. If you look at the percentage of Indigenous peoples in prisons, it's heavily skewed towards Indigenous peoples, more so than what you hear about in the United States with the percentage of Black people in prisons. It's actually far worse here in Canada with Indigenous peoples in prisons. The reservations that they live on are controlled by the federal government. And so it's up to the federal government to make sure that they have like places to live, clean drinking water and stuff, which they don't do and they neglect. Like a startling fact that not too many people know is that if you were to isolate the Indigenous communities of the North from the rest of the population of Canada, they have the highest suicide rate in the world. In the world. Because of how dire their situations are. The foster care, like even though only 8% of children in Canada are Indigenous, more than 50% of children in foster care are Indigenous. Again, it is just it's an apartheid state because they don't get treated the same way I would if I go to a hospital and things of that sort. It's completely different systems that they have to live under, and just the culture and everything. So it's never gone away. It just looks different. And it's not for me to say if it's as brutal as a residential school, but it's still here. What this government has done to Indigenous peoples is still happening. The murdered and missing Indigenous women and girls is still an issue. And it needs to be tackled on a much bigger scale. It needs to be acknowledged. And one of Justin Trudeau's worst features is how he deals with the issue of the genocides that are happening here with Indigenous peoples, his treatment of Indigenous peoples, his lies about how he supports them, and then does the polar opposite of what would support them. The fact that there's still not clean drinking water on some of these reservations for an entire lifetime for some people, like 30 years plus. It is, yeah, it's built into the system. It's built into the colonial system. Grand Theft Autobot, but Nanamo bars are great. I despise coconut, but I still love Nanamo bars. Like the chocolate, like the icing. But can't handle the cake part of them. Grand Theft Autobot, our government also don't treat its Indigenous peoples well, very well. Genie bottle, but profits for the rich are important. How do they get a second private jet without exploiting labor and hiking prices? Yes. Let's see. Skip down through some of these. I don't want to be spending too much time in the sandbox because I still have a lot to go over. It's not going to be a 4 or 5 hour live stream, Looney Tunes 9000. Let's see. Crouchety, yeah, I agree. I support having temporary foreign workers. I'm pretty much against the BS, the Canadian Federation of Independent Business Spokesmen or whatever peddles to justify it. Yeah. Like, especially when it does come to some labors in the summer and stuff, like farm, picking crops and whatnot, because sometimes it is just like a temporary job that is in high demand for people to work it. Whereas a lot of people in Canada want a job that's going to be, more than just a short season. Looney Tunes 9000, mad that I read their mind. Okay, so I wanted to quickly touch on this story, and then we'll get to some Doug Ford shenanigans, and then the fun story of the Canadian Conservative Party. Oh my God, it is unbelievable. It just goes to show how fake Pierre Poilievre is. It is so bad, just so bad. Anyway, I wanted to get to this. It's a quick story that I quickly wanted to touch on before we get to Doug Ford shenanigans. And I'm all tangled up again. Here we go. So here we have from CTV News. Canada's police chiefs call for more help to deal with increasing number of protests. Aw, the poor things can't handle it. Toronto's policing budget is $1.198 or $89 billion. Uh-huh. So we'll get to this little clip here.
Police chiefs from across the country are meeting in Halifax. Of the many issues they're discussing, one is dominating the conversation: how to deal with the growing number of violent protests hitting Canada's streets. CTV's Jonathan McGuinness has more.
Keep in mind, when these protests become violent, it's usually because of police engagement and police instigation. They're also crying about all the peaceful protests that happen where, police officers have to go and stand by and things of that sort. But yeah, a lot of the violence that happen at protests are police instigating it and the right wing instigating it.
Police chiefs from across the country are dealing with a growing problem.
From an operational perspective, police leaders have had to pull dedicated teams away from their regular duties and reassign them to manage protests and demonstrations.
The Canadian Association of Chiefs of Police Summit, taking place in Halifax, focused on how global crises create conflict and risk at the local level. Association President Commissioner Thomas Carrick says protests are becoming more aggressive, leading to an increase in verbal and physical assaults against officers.
In some countries,
oh no, more people are calling officers names. Aww. Like, the thing is that maybe if you stopped terrorizing communities, people would have kinder things to say. But when the organizations that are supposed to protect the communities are the ones often traumatizing the communities, don't act surprised when people call you out on your bullshit.
Officers.
in some countries, the use of violence is an acceptable vehicle for social change. Through immigration, thousands of people who may have had an orientation towards violence as a means of expression or activism continue to arrive in Canada.
So remember what I was saying earlier about like foreign temporary workers and immigrants becoming the target, the scapegoat of a lot of things? Here he just said, oh yeah, a lot of these protesters, immigrants.
Towards violence as a means of expression. People who may have had an orientation towards violence as a means of expression or activism continue to arrive in Canada every year.
To allow police to
Yeah, no. You see, those bad ones in other countries who don't respect their authorities there, they come here and they bring those bad habits here of not respecting the authorities. Really, it's the immigration that's causing like this uptick in people not tolerating the oppression of the authorities anymore. Just give me a break. Again, the vast majority of any sort of violence that happens at these protests are instigated by the police. It's the vast majority of protests that happen in this country are peaceful. They're peaceful. Calling a police officer name. Yes, that type of thing can be violence, but you know, they kind of that's part of their job. But they're also very biased on which ones they call violent versus which ones they don't, and they usually get very cozy with right-wing protesters. There's a reminder clip of that I'll show in just a moment, but you know, it's funny how, you know, when you're protesting a genocide that's happening in Gaza, suddenly it's an unruly crowd and they're protesters and they become violent. Versus, you know, with the Freedom Convoy, who could set up bouncy castles and hot tubs and occupy a city for almost a month. Yeah.
properly react to heated demonstrations, the president of the CACP is asking for an increase in financial support from the government to help with recruitment and training and to buy equipment.
Basically, they want to make it more militarized. Like, look at that. They want to become an army.
Is asking for an increase in financial support from the government to help with recruitment and training.
Okay, everything that you just saw on screen there will not help the people. Like, all it does is make the police more dangerous, to make them like these little militias that run the country. Like, really? Really? They just want to look cool. They want to cosplay video games.
For an increase in financial support from the government to help with recruitment and training and to buy equipment.
You see, they see what's happening in the States with the militarization of the police there, with the tanks sometimes that the police services will have, and the Canadian police officers are like, oh, we want to play too. We want those toys too. It's not fair that we can't, you know, brutally repress protests in this country. You know, it's not fair that we can't just like totally take out the protesters here when they become an inconvenience.
Police services were never built and designed to sustain the ongoing demands. The overtime is not sustainable. We will burn officers out.
Really? Really? Is that a promise? Is that a promise that you'll burn officers out and there won't be as many? Can you promise that if we keep this up? Promise.
Local issues can also lead to confrontation. Violent.
So remember, these are all immigrants here. According to this guy, this is all immigrants.
Clashes erupted in Halifax back in 2021 over the removal of tent encampments. The city's new police chief says,
yeah, all the people protesting tent encampments are immigrants. Sarcasm. Yeah. I've shown plenty of videos on this channel before of how absolutely brutal the police are when it comes to destroying tent encampments. And a lot of those people, we'll get into the housing situation here in Ontario specifically in just a moment, but not immigrants. Because the thing is that in order to immigrate to this country, like as an immigrant as opposed to like a refugee or something like that, you already need to be basically financially stable, have a place to go, supports, and things of that sort. So the people at the housing encampments that are protesting stuff, I would imagine that a lower percentage of them would be immigrants. Just, I don't know for sure. It's just my educated guess.
His force now deals with protests differently.
HRM has taken some strident steps in terms of, creation of a community safety team, which has, their focus is on dealing from these issues, which allows the police, who may still be involved to some level, but not necessarily always at the front.
And to keep an eye on protests that are growing in frequency and intensity. And Todd, there is one more safety measure Commissioner Carrick is asking for, and that is to make it illegal to publicize any personal information about police officers, things like their home address, for example. That's a practice commonly known as doxing.
Okay, now, this is sneaky, what he just said there. Like, not the reporter, but what the police are saying about, like, oh, the personal information. I think they're being a little sneaky there. Like, I don't agree that a police officer's home address should be published. That is doxing, and I do not agree with that. However, something that is available for a lot of people is the salaries of what these police officers make. Part of sunshine lists in this country, where public sector workers who make over 100,000 a year. And so what often happens after a protest and a cop gets seen brutalizing, assaulting a protester, they find out who that cop was. They go to Sunshine List and they post, oh, this cop was making over $100,000 a year. I think that's what they're concerned about. Like, or I've pointed out many cases where it's like, oh, this cop was held accountable. They were demoted for a couple years. But when you look at how much they're still making, even after the demotion, they're still making over $100K a year. They don't want that information out. They don't want out the fact that even the things that they do to hold themselves accountable, like demotions and stuff like that, has basically zero impact on the police officer. Doesn't affect their life whatsoever. They maybe can't get one extra luxury that year. But it's really, I think that is what they're concerned about. So did I need to... I don't think I need to go over the article. Most of it was said in that video there. Okay. So just a quick story that I wanted to point out there. Again, just the whole, like, here you have the police literally, as I was saying, making immigrants a scapegoat for, the increased violence and protests and stuff, as opposed to, the systemic issues that are going on when it comes to people who are in unhoused encampments and, the genocide happening in Gaza that Canada is supporting. And, instead of dealing with those issues, we're just going to blame the immigrants for being more violent at these protests. Anyway, let's get back to the Sandbox. Let's see. Looney Tunes 9000 is not mad, LMFAO. Because I know you're being sarcastic when you're mad at me for reading your mind. I just wish more people would know when I'm being sarcastic. Which is pretty much all the time. All the time. Roger Babin, universal basic income would go long ways to reducing the number of protests, something to consider, LOL. I agree. I'm a strong advocate of a guaranteed livable income, a basic income of sorts. Not as cut and dry as like, here's this money, have at it, but it has to be like tied to inflation, tied to housing, tied to all this sort of stuff, so that it doesn't just get redirected into the pockets of landlords and corporations. Like, it should be money that helps the individual situation and doesn't, other people can't find ways to funnel that money into their already rich pockets. Crotchety, yeah, exactly, Sandy. The police make it violent and bait violence. Looney Tunes 9000 is telling people to turn off top chat. Yes. I don't know why it doesn't default to live chat, because to me, live chat just makes so much more sense. Like, I don't know why they have the top chat, because I've been in that situation before where I'm like, people are responding to comments and I have no idea what they're saying. And then I switch to live chat and it's like, oh, there are all the comments. Am I getting even more trolls in here? I don't know. Crotchety, we don't want police shooting at protesters. FFS. Yes. Alienated Quebecois, our PM blamed immigrants for the housing crisis. Straight up Trump. They love to blame the housing crisis on immigrants. Love to do it, as opposed to, the lack of housing. Because it's one of those things where there's, and people don't like it when I say this, there is that kind of sprinkle of truth in it. The amount of immigrants we let in does exacerbate the situation, but they're not the problem. Like, I want to make that clear. The immigrants themselves are not the problem, but it exacerbates the problem due to the limited housing and stuff that we already have here. But it's the limited housing. It's the shortage of housing that's the problem. It's the high cost of rent. It's the high cost of buying a home that's the problem, not the immigrants. Just want to make that clear. They're not the problem. It's the policies in this country that have made housing unaffordable. That is the problem. So Life says, I'm never sarcastic. And I'm sure they say it exactly the way I just said it. Grand Theft Autobot. Me sarcastic? No, never. I'm never, ever, ever sarcastic. I don't have a single sarcastic bone in my body, said in the most unsarcastic way I could think of. I don't even know. Like, how does not sarcasm even sound like? So somebody was just a little misunderstanding. Okay. Yes, I do like to give people a benefit of a doubt. Because sometimes you just type something out and it really... Text does not translate online, especially when you're sarcastic. Like I am almost all the time. Shemagli, I think BC screwed themselves by addressing the housing bubble too late and attacking foreign investment instead of unoccupied homes. Yes, like the thing is that in this country, it's something like there's 6 empty units for every unhoused person in the country. It's an artificial supply demand. Like there are housing units available. How much of that is available on the market is a different story because they're used for investments and to just sit empty for a lot of the time and, just to make money and sell around and things of that sort, as opposed to, treating housing like a right, which it is. Oh, right. I just want to mention. Oh, that's really tiny, isn't it? I have to make that bigger. Let's do this. There we go. Let's make that bigger. I have 2 new social media accounts. Left of the Box on Twitter and Blue Sky, because my current Twitter and Blue Sky are my name, SandeeLovas. But I decided it's best that I get a channel, one specifically for my channel content. And so I'm still working on getting my following a lot of my following to switch over there. So then that way I can use the SandeeLovas' accounts for, more personal stuff if I want, like my art and other projects that I might have on the go. So ideally I want to do that. I'm terribly sorry right now to everyone who is following both. You're going to get a lot of duplicate messages because I'm cross-posting on them a lot right now because my new accounts don't have nearly the same reach. And this is just interesting because when I first joined Twitter, I was thinking, what handle do I use? LeftoftheBox was not available when I first joined up, which is part of the reason why I didn't choose LeftoftheBox. But when I checked this time, it was. Genie Bottle, and please get military gear. They're no longer public servants. They're corporate protectors. True. They're just meant to protect property, really. Shemagli, treating housing as a commodity is the underlying problem. Okay. Yes. We're all in agreement here. No disagreements allowed on my channel. Let's see. So I think the only tabs on this window I have left is to go over the funny story. So we'll get to that. But first, Doug Ford shenanigans and some, I think I need to do the trigger warning with some of the stuff that we're going to be covering. Or a content warning. Not to start. So the first bit is just disgusting behavior on his part. But then I might have to throw up a content warning. So let's get this done and then we can move on to some of the fun stories. So, Doug Ford, Premier of Ontario, elected with only 18% of possible votes. Said something really insensitive. And he joked about it. And do you think he's taking it back? Of course he's not taking it back. And it's just horrible beyond belief that people tolerate this asshole as premier of this province. And that there hasn't been a complete shutdown of public services here to get him out of office. Like, he's threatening to... Like, here's the thing that I'm a bit conflicted on. There's a threat that he's going to call an election early, so next year instead of 2026. And quite honestly, I don't know if I want that because I don't think enough people will try to vote him out. I think if it would be held right now, he'd still get elected in. So until people kind of wake up to the horrendous stuff he is doing in this province, I'm a little reluctant to have that election. But I'm going to point out some of the absolutely horrendous stuff he's doing in this province. And so this is why it's so important my channel becomes a hell of a lot more popular than it is and get more eyeballs on it, because I bring to light these stories that people in Ontario need to know. This is from Merritt Styles' Twitter account. She is the leader of the Ontario NDP, the official opposition. And I like to bring attention to her, not because I'm a fan, but because she's the leader of the official opposition. This is my criticism of media that always drives me crazy, how they always focus on Bonnie Crombie, the leader of the Liberal Party of Ontario, which doesn't even have official party status. But the mainstream media loves to focus on Bonnie Crombie instead of Merritt Styles. Pet peeve of mine that I always have to reiterate when I talk about it. But anyway, she tweets out in response to this little clip that we're going to get to. Remember, this is a part of the plan. Doug Ford and his politicians are dismantling our healthcare system and giving it over to folks like Galen Weston to make more billions off. So you might have heard me mention Galen Weston before in this live stream, and I've talked about him plenty on my channel. They own Loblaws and Shoppers and like all these grocery stores. So what? How is our healthcare tied to this? Well, I've posted a couple videos from a live stream not too long ago. I don't know if they're live yet or not. If not, they will be soon. He's making pharmacies like Shoppers Drug Mart, owned by Galen Weston, a place more people have to turn to get health care, because he's allowing pharmacists to be able to prescribe more medication, and he's raving about how popular it is. And it's not popular because people are choosing it. It's popular because of lack of options when it comes to having a family doctor. Because there's over 2 million people in this province right now without a family doctor. And as I always reiterate again, it's not just 2 million people without a family doctor. It's millions more with family doctors they don't have easy access to, or a family doctor they are compatible with. So it's far worse than just the 2 million without a family doctor. And so a lot of these profits are now being funneled into Loblaws pharmacies and Shopper Drug Mart pharmacies and stuff. So a lot of the healthcare dollars that should be going to the public are actually going to private sector areas, which is part of the problem. Anyway, then Galen and his friends give Doug and his politicians big bucks for their campaign, and eventually lots of swanky board appointments. Never forget that Loblaws is one of Doug's sticker company biggest clients. Yes, so Doug comes from wealth. His family owns a labeling sticker company. Like, she's not joking when she says sticker company. It's a labeling type company. And Loblaws just happens to be one of the biggest clients of his personal wealth income from his family. Like, he was born a millionaire type thing. It's all giant deal corrupt. And so there's this, Doug Ford thinks it's funny our healthcare system is struggling. He jokingly suggests people can visit an animal hospital to get an MRI. Now you might think this is an exaggeration. And this clip it's teeny tiny. And so I wanted to show a larger clip that gets more to it. So this is just 15 seconds longer, but this is what he said. This is Doug Ford. This is who the premier of this province is. How do I restart this clip? There we go. There we go.
So I met Rob and Danielle, what was it, a couple of years ago. We came by here and took a look around, and at the time, my great Solicitor General, Sylvia Jones, which is now the Deputy Premier and the great Minister of Health, and by the looks of it, we know where we can send the overflow patients now for MRIs and CAT scans and everything else, so keep an extra room for some other patients.
He's talking about veterinary clinics. that, you know, they can now take on human patients to get some of their scans and MRIs done. You know, these veterinary clinics can take on human patients now because, you know, there's such a backlog and people desperate for healthcare that they can go. You know, maybe there'll be a deal, you know, get your cat's x-rays done, and then you can hold down your cat at the same time and get the x-ray for your arm or something.
It was a couple of years ago we came by here and took a look around, and at the time, my great Solicitor General, Sylvia Jones, which is now the Deputy Premier and the great Minister of Health, and by the looks of it, we know where we can send the overflow patients now for MRIs and CAT scans and everything else. So
hearing all those people behind him laughing, that's such a cute joke. So this was at a ribbon-cutting ceremony for King Animal Hospital on Tuesday. Premier Ford seemed to joke about Ontario's burdened healthcare system. Ford quipped that overflow patients can attend the animal hospital for their MRIs and CT scans. And they were all laughing. They were laughing at that.
Jones, which is now the Deputy Premier and the great Minister of Health, and by the looks of it, we know where we can send the overflow patients now for MRIs and CAT scans and everything else, so keep an extra room for some other patients.
About that. estimated 11,000 Ontarians died waiting for surgery scans in the past year. Now, this is where I will say, to be fair or to be clear, this is worded in such a way to sensationalize it, of course. So 11,000 people died while waiting. Many of those people, even if they got the scan, there would have been nothing that could have happened. It just would have confirmed that their life was coming to a conclusion sooner than later, which is also in its own way horrendous that they didn't get that warning. So not all of those people died because they couldn't get the scan, I think is what should be made important. It's while they were waiting for it. While they were, like, I think when it comes to waiting for the surgeries, that's a little bit more of a pickle there. That's a little bit more of maybe if they got those surgeries, they would still be alive. But when it comes to the scan, a lot of them, even if they got the scan, they still wouldn't have made it. But let's see one of those people that maybe could just go to a veterinary clinic now, you know, the long wait times and stuff. You can just go to the veterinary clinic down the street.
An estimated 11,000 Ontarians have died while waiting for surgeries, MRIs, and CT scans in the past year. It is the greatest fear of so many patients currently navigating the healthcare system in a desperate search for care.
I'm medically burnt out. It's a fight. I have a little son. He's 5 years old. And I promised him that I would be there at his wedding.
She could just go to the vet. That's what Doug Ford is joking about. This woman who is terrified she won't see her son get married, her child. She can just go to the vet because, you know, they're doing so well. As opposed to, you know, addressing the issues of why she can't get the care she needs in this province.
And that's why I fight for my family. It's my full-time job. It's a full-time job to be a patient right now.
And it is the toughest job Jordana Bailo has ever had. The 38-year-old became sick in October 2020. It took 3 years for doctors to diagnose her with a rare genetic tumor syndrome.
I am full of these tumors that can turn any minute. It's like Russian roulette. And I just have to continue to keep pushing.
In July, she had a hysterectomy after waiting a year and a half to see a gynecologist and spending months on a wait list. Recently, doctors found 4 more tumors on her back, but getting a CT scan has been difficult.
I've been on the phone with the hospital for the last 2 weeks. Nobody answers. I'm constantly waiting. It's a battle.
She's far from alone. Only 56% of patients who need CT scans and 35% of patients who need MRIs receive them within their target time. And the surgical waitlist in Ontario tops 200,000.
We are one of the wealthiest jurisdictions in...
So in case people might have just missed that because you're still horrified over what you just heard, the 200,000 people are waiting. So the 11,000 are just the people who have died waiting. But there's still 200,000 people waiting to get onto the list, to get their surgery or their scans and stuff done.
In the world, we have a moral responsibility to provide quality care to the people of this province.
CUPE's Ontario Council of Hospital Unions calling on the Ford government to make significant investments before it's too late. More than 2,000 people died on waiting lists for surgeries last year, up almost 50% from the year before. Another 9,400
50%. 50% in 1 year. Like, how Doug Ford is allowed to stay in power is absurd. People are dying because of him. And this is why I tend to keep my mouth shut when with the American political stuff that's going on right now and people saying, you know, don't vote shame and things of that sort. And I try to keep my mouth shut as much as I can. But one of these days, I'm just going full out rant on my channel about the politics here. This is what happens when you don't vote. You get people like Doug Ford in, and people die as a result. So many people in this province won't make it to the next election to try to vote him out because only 18% of people voted him in because so many people stayed at home. So many people stayed at home. So this is why I do tend to differ. Like I'm not a fan of the vote shaming. There are some people, like especially when you look at the federal levels, when it comes to, you know, people don't want to support the current leader in power because of the genocide that's happening, and those people, I have no issue with the way they vote the way that they need to vote. You know, it's not on them to fix the problems of, you know, the systemic problems of this nation, but it's the people who choose not to vote, the people who just say it doesn't matter, who don't care, who just like do a cursory glance or say, whatever, this one, that one, or taxes. They want to save taxes. I'll shame them. I will shame them because people are dying because they chose to sit at home.
Patients died waiting for MRI and CT scans. Jordana says she is fighting with everything she has not to be one of those numbers.
The hardest part is my son, my little guy. He's the most amazing kid in the world, and he is suffering, seeing me sick. I have to get better for him.
In a statement, a spokesperson for the Minister of Health tells us the government is expanding capacity across the province, getting shovels in the ground for nearly 60 hospital developments over 10 years that will add thousands of beds across the province to connect Ontarians to the care they need now and into the future. For City News, I'm Tina Yazdani.
They just kind of have to throw that in there, but, you know, it's not going to happen. And a lot of the new beds and stuff will be for private institutions. So, we don't really need to go into the article because everything was just said in the little clip there, but, you know, he said that comment about the veterinary clinics a little while ago, and do you think he actually feels anything about it? So this is from D.Resident, a very good Twitter account to follow. They're always on top of what's happening with Doug Ford and stuff, and has the best clips, and they are a unofficial, you know, editor, contributor to my channel without even knowing it. They do follow me on Twitter though, so that's cool. And I don't know if they watch my content, but if they do, hi, and thank you for all your work. Because they are a reliable source, because I really try to pick and choose what Twitter accounts, especially now, I get information from. And so I really only want to stick to accounts that I can rely on. And T.Resident is a very reliable source for information and clips and things of that sort. And so they post Doug Ford on his jokes about sending people to animal clinics for MRIs. All just a little bit of fun. This corrupt goon needs to resign. He doesn't care about anyone but himself and his media donors. And I believe this was really loud, so let's do that. So this is him on some, I don't even know what program.
Well, Premier, I thank you for your time.
Okay, so now I made that way too quiet.
Well, Premier, I thank you for your time today. I know it's going to be a great time tomorrow. I know Gore Krantz is going to be attending. Z Hamid will be there. It's Country Heritage Park tomorrow at 5 p.m. Have a great one. And let me just throw something at you. Maybe we hold off on the MRI jokes tomorrow.
Yeah, we'll hold off on those ones, but you know, it's all a little bit of fun, but there's no government that's put more money into healthcare. It's unprecedented amount for the people of Ontario. But thank you. Fun, but there's but you know, it's all a little bit of fun, but there's no government that's put more ones, but you know, it's all a little bit of fun, but there's no government that's put more.
Let's see. Tell that to her. Tell that to her. It's all just a little bit of fun. And then what did he say at the end of that?
Money into healthcare. It's unprecedented amount. No government has put more money into healthcare. It's unprecedented amount for the people of Ontario. But thank you.
Well, Premier,
From BlogTO, Ontario spends less on healthcare per person than any other province in Canada. I'm sorry, what did you lie? Public confidence in government services in Ontario has been rapidly eroding since the pandemic, and new study on healthcare expenditure nationwide only serves to add insult to literal injury. A local law firm this month delved into the data about what different provinces invest in the sector, and sadly, Ontario came out at the bottom of the list. Healthcare spending is a critical aspect of public policy and quality of life in Canada, and the expenditure per person varies significantly across the provinces, the report from the Toronto-based Presler Injury Lawyers states. Well, somewhere like Nunavut spends, based on Canadian Institute for Health Information data, nearly $24,000 per person resident annually. Canada's most populous province devotes only slightly more than $8,000 per person per year to medical needs. Now, they're going to mention something, and I do want to reiterate this. I think, did they say it here? But keep in mind, this sounds like a hell of a lot more. It's kind of not. Okay. By comparison, in BC, Alberta, and Saskatchewan each spend just north of $9,000 per constituent yearly on healthcare, while East Coast provinces allocate between $8,400 and $10,300 per citizen. Those numbers are a little bit more comparable, I'll say. They're more comparable. And so they do mention it in this article, I believe. Okay, yeah. Of course, there is a vast difference in each part of the country's population, location, infrastructure, and many other factors to consider before deducing that this is necessarily a negative thing for Ontario, with the study itself stating that effectively the efficiency of healthcare systems and the emphasis on preventative care can have an impact on overall costs. Okay, so the reason why I'm saying, you know, when it comes to Nunavut, Northwest Territories, Yukon, of course they're at the top. Of course. Because everything up there is so much more expensive. Just everything. Bazillion times more expensive. So when you look at BC, though, Alberta, BC, Saskatchewan, they're more comparable to what we have here. And yes, Ontario is the most populous province in this country. But that shouldn't matter. Then we should have more hospitals, more family doctors, and instead we're getting less spent on per person yearly out of the entire country. But here he's saying, oh, we spend the most on healthcare, most. But he's putting a lot of that money into the private sector. Let's see what. But for people already stressing about direction of healthcare system is going, with emergency rooms closing down, family doctors progressively harder to find, and private clinics on the rise, finding out that Doug Ford's leadership earmarks such a paltry amount can understandably confirm and stoke existing fears. Yes. We have emergency rooms that close down. People who, if you need an emergency, you need to schedule it, you know, maybe not on a weekend. Family doctors are difficult to find. More money is being shoveled into the pockets of Galen Weston, you know, corporations. And he's fine. He's fine. He doesn't care. He's rich. He can joke about it. It's all just a big laugh to him. And meanwhile, what is he spending money on? Doug Ford increases size of Ontario cabinet again in latest reshuffling. So he is already, like, his office is already costing twice as much as the previous government's office. So when the Liberals were in power, he's already, like, when it comes to payment of ministers, the cabinet size, how much money they get, he keeps on having money go into the pockets of himself and other conservative MPPs, as opposed, to where we actually need it. Let's see. Ontario Premier Doug Ford has bolstered the size of his cabinet to 37 ministers and associate ministers following a mini-summer reshuffle, breaking his own record for the province's largest cabinet. On Friday, Ford was forced to move around his top team when Todd Smith stood down as Minister of Education barely 2 months after taking the job. Yeah, there might be issues there if you're taking scandal or something's wrong. But we don't need to get much more into that. It's just the way Doug Ford spends money is gross. He spends it on things that aren't necessary. Last live stream or 2 live streams ago pointed out the $134 million on 5 police helicopters. He'll spend money on that. But to make it so that, this woman can get the MRIs she so desperately needs, don't have the money for that. And Merritt Stiles just saying, again, to the cabinet shuffle, after less than 3 months on the job and just weeks before the start of school year, Ford's education minister is throwing in the towel and heading into the private sector. Because what? Not getting enough money? Families deserve a government that will invest in schools, reduce class sizes, and put students first. Instead, it's more chaos and uncertainty from a government that has always treats kids as an afterthought. And the person taking over for this, what was her name? Jill Dunlop. She was the former minister of colleges and universities. So the foreign student visa issues that I've covered on this channel before, and just the absolute abuse of foreign students and stuff, and the scams, the college scams. She was overseeing that, and now she's Minister of Education for the province. Yay! Yeah. Okay. Let's check the Sandbox. And before I do that, I remembered there was one other super quick clip that I wanted to get to. When I was talking about Canada's police chiefs and stuff. Totally irrelevant to really just throw it back in now, but I promised it, so I want to show you what this little clip was as a reminder of, who these people are, the police. So this was the police at the blockade at Coutts border. That's the Freedom Convoy. That's them getting all ugly and singing with the RightWingers. Reminder at this this particular protesters, this group at the Coutts border, there was a cell within it that actually were targeting to kill some police officers, and they're getting all cozy and friendly with them. Yep, just wanted to give that as a reminder. Anyway, back to the main shot and read some comments in the Sandbox. Then unfortunately we get to like the worst story, and then we can get into the fun story, because you might be like already thinking, you mean that wasn't the worst story? No, that wasn't. That wasn't, unfortunately. There's one that's a little bit, I'll throw in the content warning. Let's put it that way. And it is Doug Ford I'm talking about. Okay. So, reminder to people just showing up in the live stream on Tuesday. This Tuesday at 9 p.m. Eastern, I will be having The Letter Hack and Harvey K come on my show to talk about their comic strip. It's just part of their press tour, I guess you could say, about this. And, of course, they need a Canadian perspective on this, eh? Vicky Clee, they're trying to use pharmacies for primary health care more in the UK too. It's so frustrating. What are you talking about, 39 million? Soul Life, I knew there was a 3 in the million, but I didn't know it was 30 plus million. Talking about the population of Canada, I think most places will say that it's 39 million, but it has, I think, officially broken 40 million. But still, a lot of places and stuff will say the 39 million. Because I don't think it's been like completely updated yet, but some numbers, depending on where you look, it will say 40 million. You know, the 39 million, that's just going to be the amount of subscribers that I have to my YouTube channel, like, in the next year. Alienated Quebec cause, holy shit, at least he admits people lives are worth no more than animal lives. Yeah. My dogs are goth. I waited 5 years for my knee surgery. There was another article that I was going to throw in, but it wasn't really related to it. Just saying a lot of it will also have to depend on who's referring you. So I've recently had issues with my bones and potential osteoporosis and stuff. And I was able to get scans relatively quickly, but I was being referred by a osteoporosis specialist. But, you know, had I been referred by a different type of specialist, it might have taken longer. So there's a lot of really incohesive networking when it comes to getting referrals. And so some people can get them within decent times, again, depending on who's referring them, which is really sad because, you know, it was nice to get my scans about the osteoporosis, but it's not life-threatening. You know, hers should be bumped up in the queue because her situation is life-threatening. I can wait a little bit longer. Looney Tunes 9000 because Doug Ford thinks it's so funny watching people die. Why don't he go to the vet? Also saying MRIs are nothing to joke about. Grand Theft Ottawa, Doug Ford intentionally sabotaging our healthcare system so he can then point to how bad our healthcare system is so he can prop up his paid for healthcare as a better alternative. Yes. And like I said before, he's like, oh yeah, the pharmacy thing that he put through where pharmacists can prescribe more medications. It's his most popular thing. It's the most popular policy he's ever done. But again, it's because a lot of people are doing it because they have no choice. They need it. It's not popular because, oh, I could go to a family doctor or I could just, you know, jaunt over to the pharmacist. It's because they don't have a family doctor to go to. And there's a whole lot of issues with that. Again, a pharmacist can't refer you to other specialists and things if you need it. They can't diagnose you with, you know, or do further tests or anything of that sort. It's a Band-Aid solution bought at the pharmacy. Let's see. Genie bottle, two-tier police system, right-wing violent thugs rioting are protesters enacting free will, whereas eco-protesters are called terrorists for spoiling artwork or interrupting a sport. Hello, Bob Trish. It was Bob Trish is how you say it, right? Hi, welcome to the Sandbox. Let's see. Okay. Let's see if I can do this properly. So I'm going to go to studio mode, but you can still see me, which is fine. Let's see. So you're still seeing me, but I am now going to do this. So you're not seeing me set up the other screen, but you're seeing me talk here. I think that's how this is working. And so then what I want to do is remove this and remove the, no, I want to keep that one up there. And sorry, I have like all these little images and stuff that I have on my screens, but I want to make sure that, oh, there we go, banner. And then I think I can just, no, where do I, sorry, I know, there we go, content warning, there, this is, I'm sure, intriguing stuff that you're watching. As I am figuring this out in real time. Okay. I have the content warning there. You should have just been seeing me stare blankly at a screen. And now I'm going to transition to the other view. Let's see if this works. You should now be seeing the content warning on the article there. Okay, yeah. So, Ontario's official estimate of homelessness population is 234,000. And this is from the Trillium magazine. The province's shelter system is 97% full and tens of thousands of new supportive housing units are needed, according to a housing ministry document. The government of Ontario estimates nearly 250,000 people. Roughly 3 out of every 200. 3 out of 200 are homeless, according to information contained in a housing ministry document. The number is about 9 times higher than Auditor General's most recent estimate and still likely drastically undercounts the true number of people experiencing homelessness in the province, experts say. Ontario's unofficial estimate of approximately 234,000 individuals experiencing homelessness is referred to in the transition binder created by the Ministry of Municipal Affairs and Housing for Associate Housing Minister Vijay after he was appointed to the cabinet role in June. The binder doesn't fully explain how the estimate was calculated. Spokespeople for the Municipal Affairs and Housing Minister didn't respond to media requests, including questions about how this estimate was reached. However, the binder notes that 59,100 people receiving Ontario Works and Ontario Disability Support Program, so OW and ODSP, I'm on ODSP, payments were homeless. So over 59,000 were homeless. As of April 2024, about 6% of the total number of people relying on those payments. Let's see. In the same month, the province shelter space was 97% occupied, according to Transition Binder. Oops, sorry. Something just fell. That's inconsequential. Let's see. As of December 2022, over 176,000 households were waiting to access subsidized housing across the province. There were 2.6 people in the average Ontario household in 2021. I have linked this article in the description box below. Please go and read it. More people need to know about this. The wait list for subsidized housing is in the double digits. So well over 10 years if you need to get subsidized housing. A lot of people don't even make it that long. A murky and worsening crisis. Although there are various challenges to accurately tracking homelessness, the data compiled by the Housing Ministry suggests the issue has reached an alarming pace. Yeah, you think? Because again, it all depends on how you look at these numbers, but this probably doesn't even include people who are precariously housed, so people who are just about homeless. Like if they miss if one paycheck away from being unhoused, or people who are living in housing situations that are harmful to their health or mental health because of toxic people nearby, because the condition of the unit is actually causing health conditions. These numbers won't include those people. So in a 2021 report, the province's Auditor General said the province has only a patchwork of data, making it difficult to systemically understand the state of homelessness in Ontario. Let's see. The new official estimate of 234,000 homeless people is almost 1.5% of Ontario's population of about 16 million. If accurate, it would mean that for every 10,000 people in Ontario, nearly 150 are homeless, 9 times more than the Auditor General calculated. The population of Ontario is, I think it's 14 million, 16 million. Again, it depends. The population will depend on who you talk to, like where you get that information from and who they're including. I think if you just Google it, it says 14 million. But they might be including things like temporary workers. So the Associate Housing Minister Transition Binder also notes that between 2 in 5 or 2 in 3 people, 41 to 65%, who experience homelessness in Ontario are chronically homeless, meaning they're unhoused for half the year or more. The Auditor General found that in 2023, the Minister of Affairs and Housing had begun working towards collecting better homelessness data. On and on, where is it? Do I have? There was another part that I wanted to get to. I might do the Control F. Okay, let's do the Control F. It would help if I spelled ODSP right. Oh, no, I guess, yeah. About 6%. I covered what I was looking for. Okay, never mind. It's getting late and my brain is awash. So yeah, about 6% of people like me who rely on ODSP are homeless. And again, that's very precarious. Let's see. So I want to go down to COVID refugees added pressure. The Associate Housing Minister Transition Binder highlights various current issues affecting the province's homelessness problem, including impacts from the pandemic and asylum claimants. During COVID-19 pandemic, many of the province's 400-plus emergency shelters added new temporary facilities to allow distancing and isolation and brought PPE and other public safety demand for supports and services within shelters also increased, according to the binder. So I covered it at the time, but more people were staying at home, but landlords were trying their best to kick out more and more people, because this was also coinciding basically when Doug Ford had started to get into power and started to do things like get rid of rent control. So more landlords were trying to evict people in order to, get new tenants in so they could charge more rent. But this was happening during a pandemic when a lot of people didn't have the same income as they had before, which meant they couldn't find a new place to live. Let's see. 2 years ago marked a then record year for asylum claimants in Canada, with almost 26,500 processed in Ontario. Again, it's not the asylum seekers, it's not the immigrants that are the problem. The problem is the lack of housing. But when we get more immigrants and refugees in, it does exacerbate the current situation. But again, they're not the problem. So Toronto's shelter system has a capacity for around 10,000 people. This February, more than 4,300 asylum claimants were using the system. 3 years ago, in September 2021, 537 asylum claimants were in the city shelters. So that is a drastic increase in just a couple years. Governments love to boast about funding numbers. We'd start from the other direction, Rosenberg said, to start with the vision of Ontario where homelessness has been ended, then provide the public with targets for how many people you're going to help each year until the problem is ended, he said. Studies have shown for decades that spending on supportive, stable housing saves lots of money downstream, Bell said. A supportive housing spot is about $500 per month, with a hospital bed around $12,000, he said. The cost to house a prisoner is more than $9,000 per month, per the Federal Parliamentary Budget Office. You're paying either way, Bell said. So, for supportive housing, just $500 a month per person, but for prisoners in hospitals, thousands and thousands more. Like, having people unhoused is a policy choice, but it's one that makes no sense at all. It makes no sense because it is so much cheaper to do the whole housing first thing. When it comes to healthcare, the prison system, just strain on the systems in general, it makes no sense that it's not a housing first policy. None whatsoever. It is so much cheaper to have people housed than to have them, trying to get by in tent encampments. It's so much healthier for communities to have people housed instead of having tent encampments. Like, it's just, to me, this is a no-brainer. And yet for it to get to this level, that's my city. The population of my city is less than this. Like, this is a large city in Ontario worth of people that are unhoused right now. How is Doug Ford still in office? Like, seriously, how is it that this is not acknowledged more in the media as the absolute dire crisis it is? So Chris Glover is an Ontario NDP MPP. Under Ford, the number of homeless in Ontario rose from 21,000 in 2018 to 234,000 in 2024. Again, in 2018, just in those 6 years. Not doubled, not tripled, not quadrupled. That's almost 10 times more. See, I'm bad at math, but I can do the round number things. So I can look at that and say that's more than 10 times the number. And that has a lot to do with the policies Doug Ford put into place when it comes to getting rid of rent control, giving preferential treatment to landlords and what they want, not building enough housing, not supplying enough supportive housing. Like, this is Doug Ford's doing. And what happens to a lot of those people who are unhoused? Right. They die. Again, this is why I do the whole voter shaming thing, because a lot of those people who end up on the streets, you don't die of old age when you're on the streets. You die of disease, despair, or violence. Chris Glover is just saying, so why is this the case? Supply. Ontario housing starts at the lowest per capita in Canada. Rent controlled canceled on units occupied after 2018. Ontario disability, it's about $1,300 a month. It doesn't cover rental costs. So again, a lot of that 6% of people who are on Ontario Works and ODSP, if there was enough money given to us per month to actually cover rent, then that would cut back on the people who are unhoused. But since our entire checks can't cover market rent for a bachelor, for a room in some places, that means more people are going to be unhoused. And when you're on disability and unhoused, the situation gets even more dire, as we're about to get to. And again, this doesn't include all the people who are precariously housed, like all the people like me who live in terror that something's going to happen to my rental contract and I won't be able to afford market rent on the amount that I get from disability. But it's not just that, it's the fact that most of my disability payments go towards rent. It doesn't go towards groceries or living a healthy lifestyle or things like that. Like, this is why I need to do my channel, to monetize my channel, to ask people to become patrons, because I cannot live off of disability payments alone. I have no choice, regardless of my mental health, which is really not in a good place right now. I have no choice but to do this. Because, you know, like, part of me, yes, I want to get the message out there. I want to help spread the word. I want to do my part and all that sort of stuff. But right now, I really need to take a break, and I can't. Because I need just the extra $100 I get from my patrons. I need that in order to stay here. And it's because of Doug Ford I'm in this situation, and so many people are worse. So Charlie Pinkerton, one of the authors of that Trillium article that we just read, the government doc and the other person and I reported on also notes that in April, Ontario shelters were 97% full, which I covered. In December 2022, 176,804 households were waiting to access subsidized housing. And so roughly 3 out of every 200. Sherry DeNovo, another reliable account here on Twitter that I follow. And she's been involved in politics before, just to kind of put this in contrast as to how bad the situation here is in Ontario. In California, with a population of 39 million, there are 180,000 homeless. In Ford's Ontario, with a population of 14 million, 234,000 are homeless. It has been said that California has a third of all homeless in the USA. Let that sink in. Shocking. So in the media, especially on left-wing channels, you do hear a lot about the housing crisis in the United States. You don't hear nearly enough about the housing crisis here in Canada. It is so much worse here in Canada than it is in the United States, and it's not receiving a fraction of the attention. Partly because, you know, Canada's entire population is only 39 million, whereas, you know, one state has 14 million. Or that's Ontario. So let me reverse this. So one state has the entire population of Canada. So that's why Canada doesn't really get that much attention, because there's 39 to 40 million people in this country. So if we had the same housing crisis as California does, then across the country, we would have 180,000 people without a home versus, you know, just not even half the population in this province. And 234,000 people are homeless. Let that sink in. Shocking. And this is what happens. I covered it on my channel not too long ago about somebody who lives with disabilities, a lot of back pain and stuff like that. And he was about to get evicted. And so he actually applied for MAID and it was approved. Fortunately, he didn't have to use it because he won the news lottery, as they say. He got featured on the news and he got an outpouring of support. So he didn't have to worry about being evicted. He's one of the lucky ones, because so many people like me, if we get infected, it's a death sentence, because the choices are you apply for MAID and die peacefully at home, or you have a prolonged, stretched out death on the streets, or you take matters into your own hands. The suicide of an Ottawa social justice advocate sparks calls for compassion change. Erin O'Neill took her own life last month as she faced eviction from her Hiltonberry apartment. I didn't know her on Twitter, but a lot of the people that I'm connected to on Twitter did. Because there's the disability Twitter, the mutual aid Twitter that I'm a part of. And so when she passed away, there was a lot of people on my feeds just broken. An Ottawa social justice advocate who lived with mental health and physical problems died by suicide in July as she feared eviction from her Hiltonberry apartment. A certified teacher, Erin O'Neill had sizable following on X, where she was known as Vegan Love Bunny, and on Instagram, where she was known as Madness Unhoused. O'Neill lived with autism, depression, anxiety. That's me. Right there. Agoraphobia and various health problems, including lymphedema and infections that resulted from her compulsive skin picking. She relied on Ontario Disability Support Program payments, which she described as legislated poverty and immoral. On Facebook and X and Instagram, O'Neill's campaigned for more income support, improved social services, a better approach to homelessness, and less police involvement in the lives of people with mental illness. She engaged online with politicians and made repeated public appeals for help during her months-long eviction crisis. She was a lovely, caring person and a fierce advocate, said Leah, 38, a nursing student who befriended O'Neill online 6 years ago. On the afternoon, July 17th, Leah went to check on her friend after receiving an alarming email, which O'Neill expressed profound despair in the prospect of being homeless and spoke about suicide. O'Neill asked that police not be called, so Leah went to her apartment for a wellness check. She found O'Neill dead in her bedroom. I was very distraught, said Leah. She believed O'Neill could not face the prospect of being homeless given the state of her mental health. Mentally ill people exist. They're your neighbors, said Leah. We have to find a way to integrate them into society and not evict them. Erin wasn't a threat to anyone. Miranda Gray, a project manager from Orleans, responded to one of O'Neill's social media appeals in March 2023. Gray reached out for O'Neill, met her office for coffee, and offered support and friendship during the past year and a half. I did not know her when she was at her best. I only knew her when her mental health illness and the physical illness were starting to take over her life entirely, said Gray. The good moments were very good, but they weren't necessarily very frequent. Yeah, I don't think we need to. People can go to the article if you want to read more. But it also gets into the issue of how long you have to wait to get care when you're dealing with mental health issues. Matthew, a writer and social justice advocate, known O'Neill for about 6 years, he wrote a letter to her landlord in June pleading for a resolution to her case that did not involve eviction. Like, this doesn't happen overnight. Quite often people are just fighting to stay in the units that they have. But it's difficult, because unless you have, especially if you're dealing with mental health issues or physical health issues, it's hard to be your own advocate when you're already dealing with so much. But sometimes you have no choice, and this can go on for years. Another story I covered when it came to somebody applying for medical assistance and dying. It was a woman who needed a new home that was chemical free. She just needed a place to live that was chemical free and away from cigarette and marijuana smoke because of her severe reactions to it and chemicals and stuff. So natural cleaners and stuff like that. But because the government wouldn't help her find a home like that, she applied for MAID and it was granted. So Matthew said it should have not been so hard for O'Neill to get the help she needed. She was ultimately one more example of a failure as a society to care for the most vulnerable, isolated, marginalized community members, and one more reason why we need guaranteed livable income. I just need a minute. Sorry about that. Just needed to take a quick little breather. Um, I've not been in a good headspace lately, uh, for reasons. So, covering a story like this, that especially so one that I can relate to so much, because the only difference between her and me right now is I have a rental contract that keeps me where I am. But should anything happen to it, that but just to throw back up on the screen here, some crisis lines if you need help. Also here in Canada, you can call 988. It's a toll-free number that you can call anytime, any day. One that I've had to use recently. And I encourage people to, if you are having thoughts, to reach out. Because I have friends that I can talk to and stuff, but they're not trained to deal with me when I'm in low spots. So, it's sometimes you just need somebody to talk to who won't freak out when you mention where your head's at. And that's why these lines can be important, to just call to maybe just let a little pressure out of the valve. So you can also, like I said, call 988 in Canada, anywhere across the country, French or English, if you just need to talk. But I just want to, I showed this earlier, probably use it right now for a little decompress. I showed this at the beginning of the stream. A current project that I'm working on, and it will help people feel better, I think. Let me remove the banner. I am working on a new drawing that I'm actually having the camera like over my shoulder watching as I'm drawing it. And then I'm going to try to do like a time compression of the actual entire process. This is about 5 hours worth of work. So you're not seeing the time compression right now. It's just a little snippet of what I've been working on. So this is at the state where it's been about 5 hours worth of work. But I don't have any sound for it yet. I'm going to be working on it. There you see me. I am fashionably wearing the letter hack pajama shirt, as I call it. It was the casual tee that I don't actually wear in public because to me it looks too much like a pajama shirt. And it's light blue with his blue print on it, which I didn't realize at the time was virtually impossible to see that it said letter hack. But he was kind enough to actually help me out and get me a new black t-shirt where you could easily see the letter hack stuff logo on it. But yeah, this is something that I can do to unwind and decompress. It's still a long way from being done, this drawing. So it's only 5 hours in. I would imagine another 10 to 15 hours of work will have to go into it. It is a large drawing. As you can see, it's an 14 by 11 paper. And the cat is a cat that used to be in my life. He passed away about 10 years ago. His name was Thumper. And he was a very, very special cat. He was a male calico, which is extremely rare. So he had shades of white and gray. So you see his nose and stuff is white, and then the gray, which is very common. But around his stomach, and it didn't last, but around his eyes and stuff too, but still around his stomach, just the slightest shades of brown, which made him a calico. And it is extraordinarily rare to find male calicos. And he was just a sweetheart of a cat. Just an absolute angel of a cat. So I am working on that drawing of him. So like I said, still a long way to go. Only 5 hours worth of work in it right there. But it's a good way to just kind of unwind, I think. But thank you so much for the super chat from Alienated Quebecois. Yeah, Alienated Quebecois. I'm also on disability. I feel your struggle. Stay strong. We need to take care of each other. Very true. A lot of mutual aid happens online because, you know, I am fortunate that I do have some friends that can help me out when it comes to getting some groceries and stuff. My mom used to help me out a lot more, but since she's retired and stuff, she can't help me out the way that she would like to. And I know that hurts her. I just wish she didn't have to. But so when it comes to like online mutual aid stuff, I don't usually put myself out there because I do have friends that help me out when it comes to getting groceries and stuff. So generally speaking, like I have food in my fridge, I have the medications I need. And as long as nothing happens to my rental contract, I'm semi-stable. It's just, it's always knowing it's stable, but it's not, you know, because at any moment that can change, and it's living with that constant stress can add to that. But again, thank you so much, Alienated Quebecois, for the $5 super chat, and Vicky Clee, thank you for the 20 euros. I'm not sure the conversion. I'm pretty sure that's 200 Canadian, so thank you. No, I know it's not. And with the little sticker of thanks for being you. Yeah. So let's just, I'll see if I can handle some of these comments before we, like, here's the thing. We're trying to segue into like a really light, fun story. Ooh, yeah, I didn't realize it was going to hit me that hard. Like, I knew it was going to hit me, but like I said, it's been a rough little while. And I'm just struggling with a lot of things right now. And it's hard because I try to keep that. This channel isn't about me. It's about all of us, you know, about the policies, the government, the politics. And so it's not my nature to just come on here and talk about me, unless it's a little bit more positive. I don't know. It is my channel, so I do have full, what's the word? There's a word where you have that grace, because there's a word in my head for it. Prerogative. I have full prerogative to do whatever I want when I'm on here that's within the YouTube terms of services. But yeah. Let's see. Hermit Horologist and Looney Tunes 9000, 1200. I think it's actually it's higher than 1200. It was 1200. Like, we're talking about roundings and stuff. It's not that it's like what, 13 something hundred now. Because it only took Doug Ford like 5 years or something to have like a minuscule increase in disability payments. But it's still well below the poverty line for what people on disability get, and people on Ontario Works get even less, which again is just, those are people who can work but are struggling to find a new job. And do you know what would help them find a new job? Stability. You know, not worried about what's going to happen, not being kicked out on the street. Because here's the insult to injury with this that a lot of people don't seem to know, especially once you get unhoused, is part of my disability payment is what's called a housing allowance. And that is the money that we're supposed to be spending on housing. And it's only like $500 a month, you know, because of course you can find somewhere to live for $500 a month. But when you become unhoused and you're no longer paying rent, they take that money away. So if you're not using that towards housing specifically, they take it away. So then how are you supposed to get housed again with under $1,000 a month in payments? That's one of the sick twists about that a lot of people, unless you're on the system, you don't know that. Hermit horologist when rent is 2,000. Yeah. Rental prices have just been, especially in my region, it's been the highest increase, the highest inflation in rental prices in the country has been in my region. Partly because it's close-ish to Toronto here. So a lot of people can live here but commute to Toronto if they don't mind spending an hour on the 401 to get there, and then their hour to get back. But it's not that uncommon for people to commute to Toronto from here. So in this area, you're also close to London, Hamilton, in Toronto, so it's a good central place to be. So rent has just been absolutely skyrocketing in my area. Looney Tunes 9000 news lottery. Yeah, that's kind of those feel-good stories that you hear on the news of like, oh, this person got featured and then suddenly so many people donated. So the person that I interviewed, I interviewed him for my channel, the man who was applying for maid because he was about to be evicted. Since his story was covered on the news, he got an outpouring of support. A GoFundMe was set up for him. And so he got enough money to be stable for the foreseeable future. So to me, that's what I call the news lottery, is that somehow your story gets featured on the news and then suddenly people care about that one specific person because it got featured. Or you see somebody is like, oh, they have to walk in crappy shoes to work 3 hours one way and 3 hours back. And it got on the news somehow. And then suddenly people showed compassion and donated a bike or a car or something of that sort. I call that the news lottery. So life, a woman needed a wheelchair or a stair lift and was denied, and because she needed to live, Canada offered her medical induced unalive. That's insane. Yeah, when they make it more accessible to apply for medical assistance in dying than to get the supports you need. That's why I say ongoing genocides in this country, because that's not right. I have lots to say on medical assistance in dying, as anyone who's been on my channel for a long time knows. I'm not against the concept, I'm just against how this country does it. Oh, somebody else also explaining to Looney Tunes 9000 what I just said about the news lottery. So life, yeah, I lose my job this month of 9 years and housing comes next. So sorry to hear that. Looney Tunes 9000, just saying that's the National Suicide Prevention Hotline, which is 988 here in Canada. So like the last time I was homeless, I had enough friends to rotate people for showers and couches on occasion. All those people are gone now. Yeah. Yeah, when I was in the shelters in Toronto, I didn't really have friends or families to rely on. So like even though I do risk it now, I'm not at the same level of risk because I have friends who are supportive. However, there's always a catch, you know? There's always a catch. The people who would like, let's say, have the room to let me crash in their basement or something for a temporary basis, is extremely allergic to cats. You know, I'm in those situations. Or some people who would kind of be willing, but there's just simply not enough room in their place. So, although all my friends know it would be on an extremely temporary basis because I despise living with people. So I would find a new place to live as soon as possible without a shadow of a doubt. I would want to be on my own again because I despise living with other people. I have no tolerance for it. But yeah, I hope things turn out okay for you, Soul Life. You know, you're a valued member of the community, and I don't want to see anything bad happen to you. Good for Gabby. I love it, Sandy. Good for Gabby. Wow, never heard of a male calico. How precious. Yeah, he was, and he was just he was born in the backyard of the house I was living at the time, and he almost died when he was a kitten. And we found him basically just on time. and nursed him back to health and stuff like that. And yeah, male calico, extremely rare, but he was one of them. And he was, yeah, like, let me, so you saw the drawing, but I'll show you the picture I'm drawing from. And it captures him so well. The photography I did. And I'm still just trying to unwind a bit before we get into this last story that's a lot of fun. Let's see. Let's get that nice and big for people. And then I will switch back over. There he is. That was Thumper. And he got the name Thumper because when we first caught him and gave him his first little bath to clean him up, his back paw was doing that. That's the picture I'm working from. And I'm actually sitting here when I'm doing it so that I see it on the screen and stuff. So that I'm trying to get better at just looking engaging as opposed to tracing. I did break down and trace out where his eyes and nose were, but the rest I'm trying to just visually gauge it. I used to be a lot better at just visually gauging things when I was drawing, but yeah, that was Thumper. Just absolute sweetheart of a cat. So like dogs will wait a few days until they're starving before eating you. Yeah. So life saying cats will eat you before your body goes cold. Very much. Good for Gabby. Oh wow, thank you so much for the $49.99. Appreciate you. I'm also disabled. Security is elusive. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. Okay. Shall we get into it? The fun story, like the super fun story of the day? So, Prime Minister in waiting, Pierre Poilievre. People better get out to vote. Not a fan of Justin Trudeau. I would rather Justin Trudeau than Pierre Poilievre. Just saying. Just saying. For many, many reasons, although I would prefer somebody other than Justin Trudeau. But unless he steps down and somebody else takes over the Liberal Party, I don't know who that would be. Like, there's nobody in contention right now that I want as Prime Minister. Like, not even the leader of the NDP is good. Like, I want Sarah Jama as Prime Minister, but she's an Ontario Independent MPP, so it's not going to happen. Anyway, Pierre Poilievre, the leader of the Federal Conservative Party here in Canada, is a dork. He's a loser beyond comprehension, and yet he's still playing that faux populist. You know, he claims to be a populist, but he's a millionaire, a landlord, all of the stuff. He got his pension in his early 30s. He's been a lifelong politician. He is fake beyond belief, and he's so uncharismatic. It is painful watching him. I saw an ad on my phone earlier this morning when I was lying in bed still trying to wake up. I couldn't believe it. I couldn't believe how bad this ad was that the official party channel put out there. Like, they spent money, time, and energy on this. And so, because it is such a gem, we're going to go through it twice. And you see, the reason why we're going to go through it twice is, well, here, let's do this first, just to show you. So Rachel Gilmore, an independent reporter here in Canada, fantastic person, ratio hard and deleted, tragic. This ad was so bad that after all the money and everything, they took it down. They deleted it. And she says, guess you can only go so hard on the hyper-nationalism before people notice something they couldn't quite put their finger on. And so I was looking at that and I was like, oh no, it's gone. I can't show you guys this work of art. The internet is forever. So there's two versions that we're going to watch because one is just the straight ad, like it's just the ad. And the second version, going to go back to the main shot for a second. The second version is the ad again, but somebody putting in some commentary as you go along because this is just so wild. This is so wild, but I dare you not to laugh during this ad, and I've already lost. Shall we watch the ad? So somebody, fortunately, had the foresight to copy it and put it on his YouTube channel. He only has 36 subscribers, and this video has gotten way more views than most of my videos have. And it's just the ad. This is not the edited ad. This is literally what they put on. And so Tom St. Dennis was the bright individual that's like, I need to make a copy of this because he had the foresight to know that it was about to come down. Again, this was a real ad on the channel. I kid you not. Oh, I need my earplug, my earphone. Ah. Go on, play. Why are you not playing?
And it's easy to forget what home and hope look like. So let me paint the picture.
First of all, okay, can we get a dye worker guy on this? The white cowboy hat and white shirt with common sense in like a Western font with a little cowboy hat in between too of the common sense. Is this real? Like already you're wondering, is this real? The sunglasses just hanging off there, looking all nice and natural. But it's like, seriously, his skin is only one shade darker than a white hat and t-shirt. Is it? No, it's like a golf shirt. It's like a cowboy hat and a golf shirt. We need dye worker guy on this right now. Who wears a white cowboy hat? Like they're meant to get dirty. Hey, Frodo. We have a Frodo in here. Are you going to come up here, Frodo? No, don't eat the cat fur. Frodo, come on. Here, come here. Frodo is in the room. No, don't eat the cat fur. Here we go. He's my old guy right now. He's 17 and he's doing quite well, but it'd be nice if he would come up on my lap so I can show everyone him. Anyway, let's get back to this ridiculousness. So, Pierre Poilievre saying, let me paint the picture of, and since it's only 5 seconds in and I couldn't hold it together, so let's start from the beginning.
And it's easy to forget what home and hope look like. So let me paint the picture of school children, boys and girls, being welcomed by their teacher at the front of the school as they walk in to learn about reading, writing, arithmetic, and our proud history. Before walking in the door, though, they look back at Dad in his pickup truck who's dropped them off. He rolls down that suburban street with his windows open in the school's.
God forbid you have something else other than that pickup truck that is just so Canadian. You know, if you really want to do that nationalistic thing, you need a dog sled. Wait, what? Pickup truck? You're not a real Canadian. You know, you're not a real Canadian unless you're taking your kids to school via dog sled. What are you, Pierre Poilievre? An American? Actually, he's a dual citizen, so yes.
zone, driving slowly so that he can hear that beautiful crackling sound of hammers pounding nails into Canadian lumber.
Is there like a channel for nail hammering ASMR? Is that a thing? Is it really a thing?
On newly built and affordable Canadian homes.
Says
When he gets
the
to the
landlord.
gas station, he fills his tank with affordable and lower taxed Canadian-made energy. He makes his way out into the countryside where he's going to go and service a well, and he looks out his windows and sees those big, prestigious barley or canola.
Prestigious barley or cannoli fields. My earring fell out. Let's see if I can slip that back in. Yeah, this is what I see whenever I'm out driving, is barley fields and canola fields. Darn it. Here, I'm just going to take them both out so it's symmetrical. There we go. And yeah. This is what real Canadians want to see when they look out the window.
Canola fields, the combines out there doing their work, the cattle grazing on the countryside, producing the best food from the best farmers anywhere on earth. And he looks up and what does he see? He sees a brand new fighter jet. They're doing a training mission in the sky, getting ready to...
We'll get to it. We'll get to it, but wait till you find out. When we get to the commentary version.
Defend our home and native land. The same plane is soon seen from a university campus where kids are hustling off to class, maybe a bit late, having...
Sorry, this is like the whitest stock footage I have ever seen.
Just procrastinated on that university essay, knowing that when they get to class, they will have the chance to debate freely and fearlessly without worry of being censored.
So long as you don't say free Palestine and set up an encampment trying to protest a genocide.
Later in the day, that whole family of the student, that welder, the kids, moms and dads come together for a big family celebration because it's been 10 years since one of the adult kids in the family has been sober and overcome his drug addiction. And they gather around the table to have a big...
Okay, so I know why he threw that in there, but really because I need to save this for the commentary version and just let this play out. I still have stuff to say about this, but I need to let it play out, and then in the commentary version, I'll mention what I was about to say.
Big, beautiful dinner to celebrate. Some wonderful venison that was shot with totally legal Canadian firearms. And they sit and they talk about their beautiful past, but even more so about their optimistic future. And as the little ones conk off and it's time to take them home, Grandma and Grandpa see them off to the car. And the car leaves the driveway and they turn and they look west. And what do they see? They see wheat, foothills, Rockies, and a big blue twilight sky. And they look each other in the eye and they say, "We're home." These are our people. That is our country. This is our home, your home, my home, our home. Let's bring it home.
Real ad. That was a real ad. Yeah, that was the whitest thing I had ever seen. And I'm just like, did he have like a high school drama teacher coach him how to say this monologue? But somebody uploaded it again, so this was the first refound version that I got that just had some brilliant commentary to go along with it. So we're going to watch it again because why not? Why? It's a masterpiece. It is just the best thing ever. Like, if the conservatives keep on producing stuff like this, then maybe, just maybe, they'll win. Convince them of that. Convince Pierre Poilievre that this is the caliber of ads he needs to continue posting daily until the next election, and he will for sure win. Just somebody just saying, why did they delete this tweet? And then somebody here found it. And I think this one was super loud, but let's...
And it's easy to forget what home and hope look like. So let me paint the picture of school children, boys and girls.
See that thing? This is actually, it's American stock footage, what you're seeing right there. We'll get to another thread where they went through this. Almost none of these images are from Canada. Almost none of them are actually Canadian. And some of them in the most ridiculous way possible. But yeah, this is American right there. That's but he is, a dual citizen, so I guess that makes sense that he would conflate the two so much.
Girls being welcomed by their teacher at the front of the school as they walk in to learn about reading, writing.
Can you see that? Okay, I might have to shrink this. So he's saying, are you saying that doesn't happen now when it comes to the reading, writing, history?
Arithmetic, and our proud history. Before walking in the door, though, they look back at Dad in his pickup truck who's dropped them off. He rolls down that...
Yeah, weren't they just on the bus? They were just on the bus, But now they're looking back at their pickup truck.
In his pickup truck who's dropped them off. He rolls down that suburban street with his windows open in the school zone, driving slowly so that he can hear that beautiful crackling sound of hammers pounding nails into Canadian lumber on newly built and affordable Canadian homes.
How autistic would you have to be able to discern what kind of wood is being hammered into by sound alone? Just wondering.
When he gets to the gas station, he fills his tank with affordable and lower taxed Canadian-made energy. He makes his way out into the countryside.
I'm loving this commentary down there. It's coming by really fast, but just things like, oh, so now it's dark. Oh, it's actually more like corporate taxes that are, marking up the price of gas and energy and stuff. The taxes are from corporate markups. So the increases are there. It's just,
Made energy. He makes his way out into the countryside where he's going to go and service a well, and he looks out his windows and sees those big, prestigious barley or canola fields, the combines out there doing their work, the cattle grazing on the countryside, producing the best food from the best farmers anywhere.
Yeah, and I'll give you that one too. When I was traveling to Alberta and stuff, when I had some beef from a local farm, that was so good. So good. Local bought food is the best. Is the best, So, some of the best food, when you go to local farms and stuff and get your food. I'm fortunate. I live close to a farmer's market, so when I have the money, I can go there and some of the best meats and cheeses and homemade stuff
on Earth. And he looks up, and what does he see? He sees a brand new fighter jet. They're doing a training.
Stock footage of Soviet-made Su-24 and MiG. So many people were pointing this out right off the bat because there are people autistic enough to know from that what kind of fighter jet that is. The Russians. It's the Russians.
Mission in the sky, getting ready to defend our home and native land. The same plane is soon seen from a university campus where kids are hustling off to class, maybe a bit.
hustling off. He's sitting around.
Having just procrastinated on that university essay, knowing that when they get to class, they will have
I love the commentary on this. I really do.
the chance to debate freely and fearlessly without worry of being censored.
You see, that's where we have a little bit of difference, saying like anyone can right now all over Canada debate freely and fairly. Technically speaking, as long as you're not pro-Palestinian, yes. But if you are pro-Palestinian, no. But that's not what Pierre Poilievre would ever consider or think of.
Censored. Later in the day, that whole family of the student, that welder, the kids, moms and dads come together for a big family celebration because it's been 10 years since one of the adult kids in the family has been sober and overcome his drug addiction. And they gather.
So they're drinking all of this alcohol to celebrate the 10-year sobriety. All of this alcohol, all the wine and stuff, and then and whatnot to celebrate the 10-year sobriety. Now, the other thing I wanted to point out about that too is Pierre Poilievre wants to shut down all safe consumption sites, which would help people reach those sobriety goals. But he wants to shut them all down, so it would be much more difficult for people to stay 10 years without alcohol or drugs, without, you know, some of these safe consumption sites for people.
Dads come together for a big family celebration because it's been 10 years since one of the adult kids in the family has been sober and overcome his drug addiction. And they gather around the table to have...
Again, people can get over their drug addictions better if there's safe consumption sites, which Pierre Poilievre is adamantly saying he wants to get rid of all of them because he calls them drug dens. He calls them drug dens. And that only, you know, undesirable criminals, bad people go to them. But here he is having it in his script like it's the most natural thing ever.
Have a big, beautiful dinner to celebrate.
Sorry, just... Can anyone hear anyone say big, beautiful anymore without thinking of Trump? Is that possible? Is it possible for someone to say, it was big and beautiful? You know, this is a big and beautiful can of Diet Coke. Is it possible to hear that without thinking of Donald Trump anymore?
Some wonderful venison that was shot with totally legal Canadian firearms, and they sit and...
That's good. Yeah, they shouldn't use illegal firearms in order to be shooting venison.
They talk about their beautiful past, but even more so about their optimistic future.
The past, it was a beautiful past. It was the best past ever. It was like the biggest, best, most beautiful past possible. And I was the greatest at that past. The beautiful past. The best past.
Future. And as the little ones conk off, and it's time to take them home.
To me, when I hear conk off, I don't think somebody has fallen asleep. I think someone was hit over the head. Like you conk someone on the head. So after you knock your kids out and have them go walking.
Grandma and Grandpa see them off to the car. And the car leaves the driveway. And
is it a car, a bus, or a truck that they're using?
they turn and they look west. And what do they see? They see wheat, foothills, Rockies, and a big blue twilight sky. And they look each other in the...
I'm just saying, here in Ontario, when I look west, I don't see the Rockies. It's a little bit of a stretch there. I don't see the Rockies from where I am. They're not that big. They're not that big.
In the eye, and they say...
And technically speaking, Lance from the Surfs, who lives in BC, if he looks west, he's not going to see the Rockies either. He's not. Because they would be on his east.
we're home. These are our people. That is our country. This is our home, your home, my home, our home. Let's bring it home.
How is this possible? Oh, how is this possible? They made this into an ad. They posted it. And so here we have from Disordered, a Twitter account. If you're making a video about Canada we know and love, maybe you shouldn't be using pictures of Utah's Rockies or the foothills of Indonesia. And so here's their thread of areas. So this is not a final, I guess, what's a complete, there could be others. This was just the ones that they could confirm. So the elementary classroom was filmed in Serbia. Apparently there's nothing more Canadian than driving a pickup truck through an American suburb. Location USA. Typical American video. Stock footage. Paid $74 for this. Newly built Canadian home in Slovenia. How much is shipping going to cost? Details on the stock video of Slovenia. The Canadian countryside of North Dakota, USA. Okay, I'll give you that one. It's close enough. Oh, this one would have cost them $79 in HD if they wanted it in 4K, $179 Canadian, eh? How much money did they spend on this? Pretty sure Canadian cattle don't graze in California. Lens flare, warm evening sunshines on herd of cows grazing in grassy countryside HD stock video. California sunset. I know Canada took a lot of Ukrainian refugees, but I don't know we took the entire campus building from Kiev Polytechnic, Ukraine to Canada. Also, did they use young, handsome Caucasian in their stock video search? That is, yeah, that looks about right there. That is, yeah. Portrait of confident, intelligent, redhead student at sunset outdoors. Young Caucasian handsome man closing laptop, singing and looking away at sundown. Just type into that search filter, good-looking white boy. The female hunter with Canadian firearms was filmed somewhere in the USA. Location, USA. I don't know that many Canadian hunters, but they probably, I'm guessing, don't shoot with that. Grandma and Grandpa are seen here in Richmond Park, London, England. It's going to be a long trip home. Not a problem in that pickup truck. Grandparents and granddaughter are walking in the park. 4K stock video. Richmond Park, London. The Great Canadian Foothills of Wonosobo, Indonesia. Okay, actually, now that I have it bigger on screen here and looking at it, I can tell you just at a glance, this is definitely not Canadian. Like, I don't recognize that landscape. Not that I know all the landscapes across the country, but there's something about style and everything that is just like, nah, this ain't Canadian. But yeah, Indonesia. Indonesia. If you can't figure out which Rocky Mountain range in Canada this is, you won't be the only one. That's because this is the northern Utah Uinta Mountains. Like really, you couldn't find a clip of the Canadian Rockies. Like, that's the thing that's so sad about this, is that all the stock footage they wanted, you could have easily found Canadian sources. You could have said, hey, can somebody just go outside with their phone and look west and take a picture of the Rockies? Like, that's how easy it is. Oh, yeah. Uh-huh. So there's a lot of other clips that are definitely not from Canada, but couldn't confirm an actual location for them, so I left them out of the thread. Again, if you're making a video about Canada we know and love, you should be using actual Canadian footage. Toronto Star. Pierre Poilievre isn't Canada's Donald Trump. He's our JD Vance. Politicians like Poilievre or Vance may think they're sneakingly swindling far-right groups in order to secure their votes. In reality, the opposite tends to be true. These fringe groups exploit politicians to amplify their views, edging them further into mainstream. The tiger, as the adage goes, swallows the rider. And I've actually commentated on this before, saying that, the right-wing groups are just kind of advertising themselves to the United States or to Canada through Pierre Poilievre. Like, he's just pushing their policy. He's not using them, they're using him, and it's so obvious. Earlier this year, the American news website Vox introduced its broad readership to Pierre Poilievre. They accounted for the popularity of Canadian conservative leader with recourse to an American phenomena, the right-wing populism of Donald Trump. The piece painted Poilievre as an emblem of Canada's polite Trumpism. You see, the thing is compared to Poilievre, Trump has charisma. He really does. Such a diagnosis may rattle Canadians who regard the grotesque of Trump and his mega ideology as uniquely symptomatic of life below the 49th parallel. Trumpism, as we all like to believe, has about as much place in Canada as AR-15s or four-down football. I don't know what that is. But you needn't worry. Some basic overlap in rhetoric and ideology aside, the Pierre Poilievre comparisons fall short. As anyone watching the two national campaigns may have gleaned of late, Pierre Poilievre isn't Canada's Donald Trump, he's our JD Vance. Poilievre and Vance have plenty in common. They're both relatively young, at least by the standards of modern political gerontology. They're both openly combative, at least rhetorically. They aim the mainstream media, blah, blah, blah. And actually when Mike from the Humanist Report was on my channel, please go check out that live stream, we were talking about how the United States, predicts the future of Canada by, trends and what they cover in their media and what politicians do, because whatever they do, it's not too long after Canada seems to follow suit. So I want everyone to get ready for Poilievre jizz cups coming. This is from Alejandra Carabello. I wasn't ready to believe this, but so many accounts were posting it, and I do trust her. She's a trustworthy site. I didn't want to believe it's real, but unfortunately, yes, it is. They are, this is some weird stuff. Trump supporters are carrying around cups of JD Vance's sperm. Weird Republicans mock Democrats who can't start families with cups of JD Vance's sperm. What the hell's wrong with people? What? What the hell is JD Vance doing at his rallies? That people think that they can come with a cup and just like what, hold it out like it's rain? Send it over here, over here. You know, instead of like a t-shirt launcher, you know, he's just standing on stage launching. That is not the type of political show I would ever want to go to. Apparently, you know, gender is not an issue when it comes to holding these jizz cups. How is this real? How? We do not need Pierre Poilievre PP cups. We really don't. That's not right. It's not. It's ew. What an embarrassment. Like, just out of sheer embarrassment's sake, we can't have Poilievre as the next prime minister. That ad, oh, I want to see another ad like that every day until the election. Please, Poilievre, do it. Do it. I want to see him.
They look back at Dad.
In the You know, there's that whole white knight thing, but this is just the white cowboy instead, and white on white. Because everyone would wear a white golf shirt and white cowboy hat when out on the farm. Yeah, in Canada, we don't have white knights. We don't have white saviors. We have very white cowboys. So sad. So sad. Let's check the Sandbox. Reminder to, or not reminder, but for people who are still just tuning in a bit late, this Tuesday on my channel, I will have on the Letter Hack and Harvey K. And we are going to be talking about a new economic bill of rights for the 21st century, the comic strip. So I have to go and rewatch all the interviews because they've already been on Leftist Mafia and Majority Report. So it only makes sense that they would come to me next, you know, saving the best for last, providing they don't see anyone else after me. And so I have to think of questions to ask them that haven't already been asked. And you know, for people who are familiar with my channel, this will be Harvey K's first time on my show. You know what that means. Vicky Klee, he looks like some actor from Heaven in the Neil Gaiman series. Had David Tennant in it. Like, he looks like a stock footage. Like, he doesn't even look like a stock footage politician. Like, it just, he looks like a stock footage satire comedy show image of what a politician is pandering to people. Grand Theft Autobot, nothing like seeing the Muteri on maneuvers while driving your kid to school where the teacher is at the front, like no school ever. Oh, I guess you're talking about the fighter jets. You know, when I was like 17, I went on a road trip across the country and went down to Alberta through the States and came back up through Canada. And I tell you, it is freaky when you're just driving down some back, you know, foresty road and you hear jets fly over top of you. Just out of the blue, and they're so loud that we basically pulled over the car because we were worried something was wrong. Looney Tunes 9000, yes. They stole American stock footage and Ukrainian and Slovenian. You know, they basically used stock footage of anything that wasn't Canada. Oh. Hermatologist who uses a small sledgehammer for nails. And I don't know, like, what does it say of the quality of wood that with just one strike, you get, like, the full length of the nail right through? Like, how weak is that wood? Vicky Clee, local beef is great anywhere. Same here in UK. Yeah, when I had the local beef in Alberta, oh my God, it was just like the most succulent beef. Like, it was just so good. And it's just what they got from their local store because it was supplied by a local farm. But oh my God, it was so good. I unfortunately cannot cook, so it would be no point in somebody just like giving me really good beef from a local farm without it already being pre-cooked. Otherwise, I would destroy it. Gunstroke the Cybertonian. Yes, those were Soviet jets. But I'm sure you can see how bad it was that they had no choice but to pull it down because it was just making them a laughing stock footage. Like that image of him with the cowboy shirt and hat on now is now stock footage of what not to do when making a political ad. Gunstoke the Cybertonian. Nope, this hits home in the USA. I'll tell you what, send it to JD Vance. Be like, hey, look what Pierre Poilievre made for you. Hermit horologist also saying, LOL, they're on the east for me. Yes, that would be the Rockies, you know. I can look west, and I can look west all I want. I will not see the Rockies because they're a bit far away. But, you know, for the people in BC, they gotta look east. Because we don't have the mountains right on the coast. BC Clarity Carlton Martin, welcome. 3 hours. Am I late? Did I miss anything? Yeah, you might want to back up. You might want to watch from the beginning. Let's see. Crouchety, I'm still catching up. I'm watching the Poilievre ad. Pierre Poilievre thinks he's the next Stuart McLean storyteller. Abernathy, come here. That's just a piece of paper. Abernathy is playing with something on the floor. Are you going to come here and let people see your beautiful face? They used to get on my lap all the time when I was filming, and they don't anymore. They just wait for, like, when I'm actually needing my hands out in front of me or something, and then they get on my lap. Vicky Clee, Pierre is like a mix between JD Vance and Buttigieg. But you need someone a lot less charismatic for both of them. But I do get what you mean. I absolutely get what you mean. I'm just trying to think like who the other third factor would be. Because like here we always say like the Canadian Millhouse or something like that. But it's like, no. I want something a little bit more astute. Just trying to think like who would the third that would just kind of be the cherry on the cake of what he is. Oh, Ted Cruz, of course. Yeah. Ted Cruz. Just as pathetic as Ted Cruz. Abernathy, what are you eating? Did you find a bug? Sorry, I just need to see what my cat is getting into. What are you eating? What are you eating, sweet? Just want to make sure. It's not a bug. It's a rubber nip you should not be eating. It was not a bug. It was a little piece of, like a rubber end to something so it doesn't scratch or something. That cat threw up once. It was like he threw up a junkyard. Like, you know the videos you see of like, oh, they've cleaned out the shark's stomach and it's like a junkyard and you see the license plate and everything. The only thing missing was the license plate, really. Like, everything else that came out of that cat when he threw up was like, what the hell? I don't understand how cats live so long. BC, Clarity, Carlton, Martin. I've never had a white cowboy hat. I didn't know white cowboy hats existed. I have a couple because I do theater, so sometimes I've gathered them up. And I do have one like with the Canada flag, but it's like red with the white, and then I have like a fuzzy leopard print one and stuff, and then a more legit tan color one, because I do a lot of theater. Sometimes I need them for theater. Looney Tunes 9000 says their next stop is This Is Revolution. Are you talking about Letterhack and Harvey K? Because that should be their finale, I think, you know? The Canadian show. I'm at least going to try to ask questions that they haven't heard before. It's getting to that time of night where they want to get into everything. So I'm like constantly being distracted by noises my cats are making. Especially Abernathy, because he will eat anything that he shouldn't. Okay, are you going to come up and show everyone your pretty face? Are you going to come up? He's a big cat. It's hard to believe that I've had him almost a year, not quite a year. I have it marked in my phone, but later this month it will be 1 year that I've had him. Come on up. You see, he gets suspicious when I'm actually calling him up. Oh, such a big kitty. There we go. He's a beautiful kitty. As you are. As you are. Oof. Crouchity, I didn't catch the first time that Sandy pointed out they're all drinking wine to celebrate the 10-year sobriety campaign. Ad crew probably used AI. Just dumb. Vicky Klee giving me a question to ask. Letterhack, how does he decide what goes in each panel? He kept going on about how he knew what to put in each one. What makes him decide on the final edit? I think he's kind of explained it, that they both kind of have to agree on it, but it's something I can ask him, like, how do you know it's done? Hey, no, don't eat the pencil. BC Clarity saying the most off-the-road place in the USA is Oregon. I will take your word for it. Crotchety. Next, Poilievre is going to wax poetic about fighter jets doing live fire drills in the sky over university. Another question to ask from Vicky Klee is, were there any disagreements between Harvey and Matt in what needed to be explained, expanded, or was worked pretty easily? Oops. Ow. No, you can't eat my smudge stick. You can't eat my smudge stick. Look at the color on this cat. He's like gold. You're gold color. Well, he is a Bengal mix, so down you go. So Vicky Clee is saying that they are both, so I got, how do you know it's done, and any disagreements? Okay, I will mark it down on a piece of paper. Okay, I have it marked on a piece of paper that I will try to remember to read. And I'll probably end up marking down my own questions. I kind of have some in mind that I want to ask. It is not close to 5 hours. Still got like 40 minutes before it's 5 hours, Looney Tunes 9000, and we're not going that late. I'm kind of drained. It's been an emotional live stream for me. Let's see. Looney Tunes 9000. Yep, that's what I'm talking about. Left of the Box. Their appearance on the show is scheduled for this Wednesday night at 9 p.m. Eastern. Guess I'm going to have to reschedule with them. They're pretty much like on a junket, as I called it when I was DMing with the letter hack, saying the two of them are like on a press junket. People commenting about the kitty. Yes, he can be a sweetheart. He's a Bengal mix, so he's a bit of a handful. He gets into a lot of trouble. He eats a lot of things he's not supposed to, obviously. I'm looking forward to when he's 3 and calm down a bit. But he's still like, he's just over a year old right now and still gets into so much trouble. He's a little bit chunky, and so I want to try to get his weight down too. Although he doesn't seem to overeat all that much. I just think he needs more exercise. Grand Theft Autobot, the MAGA carry around JD Vance sperm and they don't think they're weird ones. Also, I suspect they collect the JD Vance sperm from every couch that's ever been. Good point, good point. They just, people who are being really clever will just go and put it between the cushions of the couch in the green room. I need to see people holding that with like, you know, just, yeah, the putting it between the cushions of the couch to like secretly just, ew. Vicky Clee saying, please feel free to ignore everything I said. Just questions I had, and the panel thing was more how the look would be alongside the words. How does he decide the look? Can't really describe it. Yeah. Hey, nothing wrong with giving me ideas for questions to ask them so that I'm a little bit more unique than the rest of the people. But like I said, Harvey K is coming on my show. It'll be his first time on my show. You guys know what that means. Don't tell him. No one's allowed to tell him. Okay. I think you're done. I wanted to show the video of my drawing, which I did a couple times. But this is nice and relaxing for me to do. And so I'm going to have the whole thing recorded as I draw it. But why don't I do this before I go? Oh. So that is only 5 hours worth of work on it right now, so it's still a long way from being done. And it'll be interesting to see how it turns out. That's for sure. Just want to make sure I didn't miss anyone. Thank you again, everyone, for the super chats today. I really appreciate it. Vicky Cleese, I'm going to share the kitty cat drawing vid with my kids once one wants to learn to draw, the other likes things that like that and ASMR to relax. Yeah. I don't know how long it's actually going to be, because what I'm going to do is when I'm done the drawing and stuff and recording it, it's basically you clip out only the parts where like the pencil is on the paper. So like when I'm switching pencils or taking a beat or something like that, you don't include that in it. So it's only when you actually see the drawing or erasing and stuff. So that will condense it down. But still, I'm predicting this will take about 20 hours to do. And so even, you know, condensed down, that would be like sped up. It will be a long video. So I will, I'll see how much I can make it shorter and add music to it, YouTube music. But then I don't know if there would be any interest for people to see, like just have one of those videos where but the thing is that since it's drawing, you kind of have to pay attention to it. You know, it's not one with music that you can put on in the background, because I know there's like 24-hour white noise videos out there, but I don't know if anybody would actually be interested in seeing the full length video of the drawing. Sped up for sure, but and I might even have to take chunks out of it, depending on how long it actually takes. And what I'm thinking of doing is that when it is done, instead of adding music and stuff to it, I just put it into this screen. So have it playing up here while chatting with you guys in this screen and answering questions and having it like more of a relaxed, chill live stream chat type thing. That's what I'm thinking of anyway. Anyway, please, if you haven't already, I have new social media accounts at LeftoftheBox, Blue Sky, and Twitter. My current accounts are SandeeLovas, but I'm trying to get these channel accounts up and going. So please join, and please be patient with the cross posting that you are going to see. You can see more of my art at SandeeLovas at SandeeLovas.com. Also, if you can, please help with Frodo's ongoing vet bills. You almost saw him today. He came into the room. He used to come up more, but you know, they know I want them in front of the camera, so they shy away. But he is doing well, but he still needs regular medication and stuff. So any help with his ongoing vet bills, greatly appreciate that. You can do that by the PayPal link in the description box below, or if you're Canadian, an e-transfer to SandeeLovas@gmail.com. And that money is specifically to help with his vet bills. Oops. Other ways you can help is I have an Amazon wish list in the description box below. If you have, you know, anything on it helps, even if it's just like a nice little thing to make me smile. But there's cat stuff, there's just supplies that I need, so it's one less thing I have to get at the grocery store. Things for my studio, things for my art, and every little bit helps. Let's see. Let's put those up. So one of the best ways to help, if you can, please, only if you have the money to spare, is Patreon. Regular amounts a month really kind of helps me at least predict. And Thumper's in the room again. Thumper. Frodo's in the room. Frodo, come here. Are you going to come here? I so much want to get a picture of him wearing this shirt, believe it or not, because of the black and the white, and he's black and white. And so I want to do like a photo of him with me, like with the Majority Report look that I do, because he's a black and white cat, and I think it would go really nice. But yeah, anyway, Left of the Box on Patreon. It's a really great way to help support my content. Thank you so much to the people who already have become patrons, who have got me things off the Amazon wish list, super chats, donations towards Frodo's vet bills. You know, sometimes it's not a lot to you, but it means so much to me. It makes a big difference to me. And You know, it really helps. It does in so many, like, not just even in financial ways. It helps in just keeping me motivated and knowing that there's people out there who care. All of these accounts, please follow, share, like, subscribe. You know that part. Encourage other people to as well. If you know other lefty content creators, bug them about getting me onto their shows, because I have no clue how to network. None whatsoever. I'm really bad at it. So I think, where was it that people were saying to go to after this? Galactic News, I guess. Looney Tunes 9000 saying before leaving for Galactic News, do all this stuff. Okay. And then I guess I will see some of you back here tonight, Tuesday, 9 p.m. Eastern, to see the Letter Hack and Harvey K on my show. Till then. Salut, à la prochaine. Thank you for watching and stay tuned. I'm Sandy, thanking the mods for keeping the sandbox clean of turds and wishing your tomorrow is better than your today.